7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you from the Stiefel Studios as the program begins our healthcare-evolution.com 7 o'clock hour. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos today. And we welcome you to call in to Chairman Kurtz, Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And, of course, you're welcome to participate in our Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and subscribe to the page. Join the 6,500 friends of the Feather who have subscribed to the TMA STL YouTube page. Doug, I think it's I know you like the term binary, non-binary. I think it's a binary choice on the lead today. Are you going with the Blues, a team that's in the penultimate spot of the cellar in the NHL and losing for the third straight time in the final minute to the Dallas Stars? Are you going to the wagon that is ILL and the shipping they did last night of the Northwestern Wildcats? Because Jackson says they're a wagon with a bucket.
Couple buckets.
For sure. Couple buckets for sure. God, they smoked them.
Well, for me, I'd say the lead is the Blues, and that's the reason.
Oh, you're so depressing.
I'm not going to be much good to you, fellas. To give up a goal with 23 seconds left.
A lot of people are happy around here, I got to be honest with you.
Vaughn index rating remains at 49. That's not good.
What about 10 straight losses on the road?
I hadn't won a game on the road in a month of Sundays.
What about the fact that dads were there? Does that ease the pain a little bit? No?
And
Okay.
Bjugstad gets traded now. You know how I feel about trading veterans for young stars.
That's right.
Minor league draft picks or whatever. I'm not going to be any good at all to you.
Well, I've lost interest, so you can break down the Blues loss.
Okay.
I'm going to stare at Illinois' stat sheet.
All right.
But carry on. It's okay.
Did you watch the Illinois game?
A fair amount, yes.
Did you really?
I mean, they're way better than Northwestern. Knew that going in. I don't know what the spread was.
We were talking about it. I think it was
12, 13, 15, somewhere.
I think when we were on the
15 and a
air,
half.
it went off at 15 and a half, but I feel like we might have.
God, how did we not play that?
Yeah, I mean, to win a Big Ten game by 40 points. Have they won another game over a Power 4 or 5 school?
Don't do that.
I was asking. It's rhetorical.
Northwestern? They beat USC.
Uh-oh, Doug's really digging into
They
it.
beat Penn
Oh, I
State.
thought you were saying if Illinois had beat another Power 4 team by 40.
No, that's exactly what I was doing.
yeah.
Illinois
well,
won by 40.
Don't let them do it.
I thought you were asking, has Northwestern beaten anybody all year?
No,
December
not interested. Although I was really pleased with
22nd?
what Steve Schnurr and John MacArthur did at Northwestern. Coincidentally,
Yeah, they had a
St.
good
Louis
run.
University high school quarterbacks. Yeah, I think they might have gotten right around the same time that the Blues won their last road game, which was a month of Sundays.
A month of Sundays.
At least that was a double barrel.
Papers, Mizzou, Northwestern. Toss-up?
No, I think Mizzou,
Based on Tim's math, I'm
Mizzou
saying.
wins. Illinois could have not played in the second half and still won. They scored more points in the first half than Northwestern scored the whole game.
Well, they're not happy with this Illinois conversation. Things are so bad in St. Louis, we have to resort to talking about Illinois. It's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. You have today and tomorrow until 11 o'clock. And then Jackson Burkett says, I'm off to Jupiter, Florida. Worry about your text names your own selves.
Oh.
But you can get a text inbox name today and tomorrow up until 11 o'clock. And then Jackie Papers goes down to Jupetown.
I know we have a Sadie Hawkins. Tim, quick aside.
Yep. What do you got?
It's brighter in here than a Guantanamo Bay interrogation room, and I made that reference, and Jackson just threw some sunglasses at me. The paper, the kind you wear to a 3D movie.
Between the
what's going on
clips.
there?
This is the Eclipse glasses.
Clips, yeah, from what, 2 years ago, 3 years
Well,
ago?
we can't turn the lights down.
No, but
Talking about the
Papers
solar
made a
eclipse?
statement. I made comment that it's awfully bright, and he threw those at me. Tim, I'm going to be no good because I'm going to HR.
Oh, it's an HR thing.
Prop comedy is so in vogue.
Put that up.
It was sitting right in front of me here, and you said that, and I was like, oh, what an opportunity to make this gag.
I guffawed.
You guys remember I'm not talking about the solar eclipse from a few years ago, but the one in 2017?
Sure, because it's what led to the induction of my wife going into labor.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It was a lunar
That caused
pregnancy.
it?
Yeah. It was a lunar conception, too. And we're going to talk about that on QFTA.
Your son might be like a demigod.
I don't know. I think I am.
Well, yeah, that's why I
But
said
is that
it.
blasphemy?
No, let's
Call
stop
in
the blasphemy talk.
314-974-0101. You can text in on it as well, 314-399-9646. Lady Santa's teacup, Doug, that's different than Lady Sonia's teacup.
Okay.
Lady Santa's teacup is a worthless listener and yearns for a team that's as elite as the Illini. Drink some bleach, you bum. That's from Cocky's Cuck Stash. Not happy with Lady Sonia's teacup for not being happy that we were talking about Illinois' 40-point win over the Wildcats as they get ready for another weekend showdown with what was a top 10 team. But look what happened last night in college basketball. This is something I've talked about a lot. Big-time teams going on the road, losing to opponents that get excited about the chance to play Dragon Slayer. And sure enough, it happened for Tommy Izzo and Michigan State, Doug, against Clem Haskins and the Golden Gophers.
Okay.
Haskins.
And Izzo says he might not play. His best point guard might not start him next time because he kicked a Minnesota player in the groin.
Jeremy Fears.
That's his next opponent is ILL this weekend.
Should be a good time.
Yeah.
I think he said he wouldn't start, but that's also can be very surface.
Yeah.
All right, you sit there for a minute in. Oh, let's go.
Get in there.
Yeah, I don't like to throw around the word dirty player a lot, but that's what Jeremy Fears is.
And this is
Yeah.
and this is on top of Michigan saying that Michigan
Yeah.
State had a number of dirty plays.
Yeah.
So now you got a case being made.
Yeah, if you type in Jeremy Fears on Twitter, you'll see it's like a minute-long clip of him just pulling some stuff where this is just dirty play
Is he
here.
the dirtiest player in the game?
That's tough for me to say to so many players, but it's like a Grayson Allen style.
I was going to bring up Grayson Allen. That's what I was going to go with.
It's like he falls to the ground. They don't give him a call, so he tries to trip the guy who has the ball, or going up to block a shot, and at the end of trying, after a guy passes away, he elbows him in the chest on his way down.
Right, like total bitch move.
Yeah,
as
100%.
opposed to just playing hard, rebound positioning with your body and just really overly physical.
Yeah.
These are just clearly.
Yeah, there's ways to be get under guys' skin, and there's ways to just be dirty.
Northwestern beats South Carolina, so Mizzou better beat South Carolina Saturday. That's from Evil Calvin.
Okay.
Evil Calvin doesn't like conversations about St. Louis University. Lady Sonia's teacup doesn't like conversations about Dilladoy.
Some people like some things. Some people like other things.
Don't like other things.
That's
Don't
correct.
like, but Lady Sonia and Evil Calvin seem to not like anything. If I had to break it down.
Brian Henshin is just a fan of gluten-free perk on the Twitter tweets, and also an observation that Gonzaga lost last night to Portland. And Doug, Gonzaga, the number 6 team in the country, goes on the road to Portland on a 10-14 team. They lose. Gonzaga, I don't know, Papers is kind of treated with a bit of skepticism.
That's where I am. I've
there you go.
thought all year that they're not necessarily smoke and mirrors, but maybe not as good. I think their name is doing a lot of work for
I
them.
think there might be something to that. So they lose. They're number 6, at least in the AP poll. And then also Michigan State, as I made reference to, Illinois' opponent this weekend. They lose to Minnesota, and BYU loses last night to Oklahoma State. And so if you enjoy taking those home underdogs when they host a team that is having a hell of a year, you were paid handsomely last night. So Michigan State and Illinois this weekend, as the Billikens will take on LaSalle, 2 o'clock. Martin, athletic director Chris May in studio with us at 9 o'clock, and we'll get the latest on a wide variety of topics, including whether or not it's a sellout, and of course Josh Schertz. We'll ask about that. I don't know what answer he can give us, but we'll ask. The Big East, we'll ask about it. I can't imagine he's going to say, yes, we are fully efforting to go to the Big East.
Can't do that.
Break the news on TMA.
But
Why
I think
not?
that's what you do. I think you break the news on TMA. That's coming up at 9 o'clock on your Polos Plus.
Will he vote on email of the day, or he may be done by then? That would be interesting.
He might send him in.
I think he's a fan of Buck Swope's work. I know Buck Swope's a regular at Billiken games.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Where did Buck Swope? Can I dox? Where did he go to school? Did he go to SLU?
He did not go to the...
Well, I meant university, not the high school.
Oh, I thought, okay.
No, I'm
you
sorry.
said SLU.
Because you said he goes to a lot of games. I
Yes.
thought, is he a SLU alum?
I actually don't know. Jackson, do you know?
I do. He went to the second best mid-major in college basketball this season.
Gonzaga?
Nope.
Miami of Ohio.
In Miami of Ohio.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, because I made fun of Miami of Ohio, and he gave me
That's right.
the what's what and the who's who.
It was a serious rebuke, wasn't it? I remember that.
Yeah.
Doug went after the Warson Woods wacko yesterday, and he's still not happy with you.
Oh, is he upset?
Says, Doug, I'm in my giant custom non-builder grade shower in Warson Woods. How was the shower you took under a trash bag with holes poked in it? That's from the Warson Woods wacko.
It works for me.
I think
all
I'm
right?
more disturbed he's listening in the shower, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's kind of hot.
Do you ever listen to the radio in the shower? You can't hear it, right?
Yeah, I'll play music on my phone, but it is kind of the same. It's just in the distance. It's kind of just there. Hard to hear audio.
Yeah.
Guys, speaking of spring training, is Mr. Heim ready for a TMA sit-down? And is he going to leave that conversation as a completely different man? That's from Baldwin Bob. Jackson, this actually may put you to the test. Mount Rushmore of guests you are looking forward to booking for Healthcare Evolution's presentation of TMA Live from spring training, February 16th through the 20th.
Heim Bloom for sure. Love talking over with that Victor Scott. He's always a lot of fun.
Doug, he's younger.
How about Ollie?
Ollie
He
was
likes
great
to
last
make a
time.
little Ultra YouTube chat where the listeners flirt with him.
So I got 3, and then someone we didn't get Jordan Walker. We didn't get him to him last year, so
I
Jordan
like
Walker.
that. I like that play.
Yeah.
And I will say the timing is different this year. The full squad will be there. Last year we were there a little early, so a lot of those guys didn't have to be there. This year, every single player on the roster, we can name about half, will all be there.
Honorable mention to Michael McGreevy. He was unbelievably
show.
Yeah,
kind,
he was
and
a
he's
good
super
conversation.
personable.
Yeah, he's a friend of the feather.
Yeah, he could have a long career in broadcasting. I think after his
You'd
playing
probably
days.
prefer a long career in baseball.
I think he could do both.
You want to give him the choice?
I think he could do both.
Sharon is listening in the shower as, oh no, she says AirPods work in the shower. Just saying. Doug, AirPods work in the
Okay.
shower.
I'm not that hooked on radio that I need to listen to anything while I'm in the shower for 5 minutes.
What about the podcast? The show the day before?
I actually do listen to podcasts.
In the shower.
Yeah, but my shower, I have no hair, so my showers are very brief. Very brief. Unless I Kevin Spacey and
And Regis,
depending
and
on
Regis
the
has
day.
a hose. He just walks through. Gets hosed off. Next.
Boys, good morning. I love you. You are going to have to smash the over on the Cardinals' wins for this season. Please do it and thank me in October. That's some Ironhead, Doug. The over is 69.5, and he wants us to smash the over.
Okay. All right. He can smash it if he'd like. Don't tell me what to smash.
I just threw up hearing about Sharon in the shower. That's from Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy, and they continue to be sideways.
Yeah. I would worry the AirPods the water would ruin them.
Sharon, call in 314-974-010. Is she down in Sanibel?
I think so, yeah. Don't you worry about the water going down the wire and into your phone or whatever it is?
Well, the phone's on the outside of the shower. She's just got
These are
AirPods in.
wireless.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should go through, Doug. Let's go through the Cardinals schedule. 162. We can
That's
come up
fun.
with
I don't
you
mind
know how
that.
we do that with college football. Let's do it with the Cardinals, and we'll
Okay.
come up with a win total that you can bank on.
Hosing yourself down outside isn't what I would call a, quote, non-builder grade shower. That's from Mr. Licks, and he is now on the attack of the Warson Woods wacko. Love hearing your lovely voices on that speaker. That's from Evil Calvin, who says he uses a speaker and lays his phone on it. Works great when I'm showering. Well, there's a lot of people who listen to us while they're in the shower. It's kind of hot.
I don't know how
I think
hot
it is
it
kind
is.
of hot.
It is.
You
Just
know?
get in and get out.
We're talking to a bunch of nude men and Sharon.
Oh.
Yeah, bathing.
3 or 4 minutes. Get in, get out.
You take a 3-minute shower?
Well, 4 or 5.
Then they
6,
hop
7.
out. Oh, what did Doug say the lead is? Did they pick? Got to rewind.
But you have a bathrobe, don't you?
I don't really use it. No.
Embroidered.
I hope some player at spring training holds Doug accountable for not having any faith in this club. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
Do a lot of people have faith this is going to be a quality club?
Jackson, you need to have a clip ready and say, well, this is awkward, Michael, but here's what Doug said 2 weeks ago. This team is awful.
AirPods in the shower, not a flex. Avon Lady of the Year, honorable mention 1997. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Was it intended to be a flex? No, a lot of people have AirPods.
Yeah, I think she just said that's how she listens.
Yeah, well, my car has air conditioning, so there.
There you go.
Guys, I'm actually convinced that time sharing is smoking hot. No way a wealthy guy married this insufferable shrew for her personality. Doug, that's from Arbor Day, who has won Texture of the Year 3 straight years and really could be dangerous to make it 4 in a row. Kind of a John Wooden-like run.
Okay.
Did the Islanders win the Cup 4 years, or is it 3 years?
I think 4.
Al Arbor.
Bobby Nystrom, he's part of that club.
Mike Bossy.
Anybody watching the Netflix on Miracle on Ice, by the way, since that was from the same time frame?
I did see that. Yeah.
We started it last night. Then the pills that I take and snort kind of set in, and I couldn't finish the whole thing. But damn good. Sometimes the Netflix sports documentaries, sometimes they're leaving a little something to be desired. And I thought, how can this story be retold? And yet they're doing a wonderful job. with
Yeah.
it. Big fan. So you have watched the whole thing?
I did. I saw the whole thing.
And you would call it recommended viewing?
Yeah. If you're a sports fan, if you remember that at all, even if you didn't, you'll enjoy that. The guys are now in their late 60s, some 70 years old now. So it's a whole
So
different
they
whole different
interview
look.
the Ruzionis and Jim Craigs and all of that.
Yeah,
Sit them down.
yeah. It was about 10 or 11 were there. Craig was not there, but they interviewed him at his home. Yeah, it was very interesting. You'd like it if you're a hockey fan at all, or remember that.
Oh, is it
that
shot
moment.
at papers? Okay, I am a hockey fan.
Yeah, he made
Jackson said he would rather go to an NBA All-Star game than be present at Lake Placid in 1980. And I'm telling you, Martin, all hell broke loose.
That's
all
a bad
hell
thing.
broke
I
loose.
don't care what sport you have
Unbelievable
passion
party.
for. It's the Olympics, like Placid. I mean, come on, son. And the NBA, the All-Star game is an exhibition. It's a joke.
Right, but I get to see all my favorite players up close and personal. That's why I said it.
And if this Olympic event happened before you were even alive, it's hard to
Right.
get too excited about it.
This is akin to the Vascursion thing where you guys have to tell me what my favorite flavor of ice cream is. This is what I want, you know? So it can't be a bad take. It's what I want.
It's like, why don't we get more excited about the 1950 World Cup soccer win?
Yeah.
Well,
Frank Borghi?
we weren't around, and so it doesn't mean much.
I
to us.
respect and appreciate the achievement that those fellas accomplished, but
Well, let's say the Soviet Union would have won the game.
I'd still pick the All-Star game.
All right. Okay.
Consistency. That's the key.
Okay. Whew. All right.
It wasn't about that hockey game, and then he uses a T word, Doug, that I can't say.
Oh, yeah. Don't
That's
say
Dickie O from Cedar Hill, who was not happy.
Well, it was about the hockey game and the events that surrounded it, but certainly it was about the hockey game.
Americans beating communists in the sport of ice hockey, that's like Jackson's worst nightmare. Thanks. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin, supporter of Mr. Martin, and leader of the hashtag Free Perk movement. Doug Brian Henshin, Super Bowl cover.
Okay.
Don't let them gaslight you, Jackson. You do you. That's from Kwame Voyoukas IV.
That's right.
You and Kwame Voyoukas now are friends of the Feather.
Right.
And I believe you were sideways a week ago.
Right. Well, I feel like he's moved his crosshairs to Martin, who he
No,
said
he was
is
on Martin initially. Then he moved him to you.
Oh,
now
that's
he's
right.
back, I think.
saying your ass is grass.
Ass was grass. Any surprise guest was a big joke, and even if it was John Hamm, yeah, it was okay. So there was a lot of early sniping.
I'm sure he'll be a fan of Chris May coming in the studio.
That's right. Fire off. Chris may or may not take your two-parters, but if you want to fire them off,
Yeah, why not?
we'll filter them.
Pucks on Net. He's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 9:45. And then coming into studio, the owner, proprietor of Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, fourth generation Seth Goldcamp, to present Alan Dadeville with a check for his brand new $10,000 HVAC system for winning the Emailer of the Month competition in the month of January. Doug, so Alan Dadeville and Seth Goldcamp in studio together.
That's
coming
exciting.
up at 10:15 on the polosplus.com dossier.
Yeah, we've never really given away a $10,000 prize before. Not many radio shows ever have.
Yeah, well, tip of the cap to Seth Goldcamp.
Yeah.
It was his idea. Design Air, longtime sponsor of the program. Seth's going to be in studio online at designairservice.com. I thought today, for some reason, and maybe it changed, or maybe I was just flat out wrong, but I thought today was supposed to be the beginning of a warm-up, and it's only getting to 40. And then it goes back down to 37 for a high on Saturday. Hell, I don't know. But either way, if you're dealing with HVAC issues, support the sponsors. Design Air, Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. service.com. We told the story of a listener who reached out a couple days ago, sent an email to me and said, hey, my mom just got a bid for an $18,000 HVAC system because a company came by and told her that her system was done. I'm not sure that it's the case, and I think it might be somebody trying to take advantage of an older lady. Is there any way that Design Air could come out? Can you connect me with Seth? I connect him with Seth. Somebody's out there within 2 hours. Turns out it was a bad wire and literally saved the lady $18,000 just by doing business the right way. That is the kind of ethics you can count on from Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com, sponsor of our email today. It's 7:20 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls over there. Chairman Kurt, do I see we have one?
Oh, yeah. Friend of the show. Maybe he's got an invite for you fellas.
Oh, Doug, Dan Jansen is in the shower and calling. I guess we'll have that to look forward to on the other side of the break. That's coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN. Firestarter, Twisted Firestarter. Poling used to play this when we lived together. It was that place right next to Flat Branch. Great spot. It's kind of like the friend's apartment. Like, how do these guys have this? And yeah, I was running a sports book out of it, but that wasn't the reason we had it. So he would play this like at 3 o'clock, and it was a triple play, which is kind of like MLB The Show, except for the Gen Xers. And he would blast this with a subwoofer the size of Texas. And the office that was below us, really not a fan of it. Firestarter, Prodigy, 1996.
Wow.
I'm going to say 7. Might be 96. I'm going to say 96 because I know it wasn't 98 because that gets me 95 and 97. That's it.
97.
Okay.
So Matt Poling, friend of the show.
Yeah. Is he the head of corporate sponsorships at the Doggies?
City SC.
And they wear City Red, Doug.
Yeah, they do. Pink.
That little man, big speaker. That's what I have to say about it.
Isn't it annoying when someone likes their music so much they insist on everyone else hear it as well?
Uh-oh, Jackson's going to get sideways.
Why?
Like at a stoplight, Doug?
Why?
When they
I tend
just-
to agree. No, I tend to agree.
Oh,
I agree.
thought you said why to Doug's take.
Oh, no, I generally agree. I think there's a appropriate...
It's obnoxious.
I think it's really obnoxious when it's really loud on the golf course. When it's like really loud.
Yeah, that too.
And it's like if it's, some easy listening, maybe some folk music.
Do you say that because that's in the bylaws at Log Cabin and you support the bylaws? Or
Yeah, and I'm a tattletale, so I immediately go to the head pro and tell the people. And then when they're like, man, someone told us, I'm like, oh, that sucks, man. It's so lame that people would tattle. Meanwhile, I'm the one doing it.
It's completely inconsiderate.
I agree. I think you can always hear it if it's a decent volume for yourself. There's no reason to blast it like that.
Should be on the golf cart, just sitting there, and your friend plays like the Eagles or something.
I had it once where I got paired with two guys once, and they played this hardcore EDM music the entire round.
Oh, were they rolling balls?
You would have thought, and I was like, this is just like really not the vibe I'm looking for here.
Can't they use earbuds for that?
Yeah, they can.
You listen to what you want, but the rest of the world doesn't have to listen to that.
I agree, Doug.
Can you refuse a pairing when they put you with? Can you say, "Oh, I'm just going to wait"?
You can't refuse.
And that's a Log Cabin thing, or is that just in general?
This is like when I'm, during some sort of maybe aeration or renovations to the course where I've played. The few times I've played public courses in my life.
Oh, wow. Are you okay?
It was clearly not. I got paired up with some guys who were rolling balls.
Okay, Boomer Jackie. That's from Edmund's text ringtone.
Well, I think that there's a level of community decorum that you should probably follow.
At private clubs?
Well, it's like a societal agreement that we all want to do what we want, but don't want to bother anybody in the process.
So you're pro-liberty.
If you can.
Years ago, I had a cousin come into town, kind of a distant cousin, but he had a cup of coffee on the senior golf tour. He was a pro golfer. And he came to town and said, hey, let's go play somewhere. I took him to Forest Park.
Hell yeah.
We got paired with a couple of massive Hoosiers. And on like the first hole, this massive Hoosier is facing a putt. And my cousin says, that's going to break to the left. And this Hoosier looks at my cousin and says, what are you, a psychic? He was not impressed with the course.
Let me guess, Doug, it broke to the left.
Yeah, it sure did.
Well, I have a carport.
Do you have a carport? Call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, but you can text in as well. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And how about this? One of my all-time favorite 101 ESPN texters, the Grape Ape Auto Detailing.
Nice.
Big balloon party guy says, good God, I agree with Piddles. How about that?
I'm sorry that you're so upset by that fact, but yeah.
Now, one of the reasons why some Blues fans were delighted with losing last night in regulation, Doug, third time this has happened against the Dallas Stars, recent unfortunate events, depending on your perspective, or you're looking for that NHL draft lottery, and if you finish worst, you have what percentage chance of getting the number 1 overall pick? Anybody know?
15% or something?
Not a bad guess.
14%.
It's lower. 12.
18%.
Higher.
Thank you. Of course, okay. Let's get the top pick. Let's see what we can do with that. But then, Doug, how about this? How about this story? Did you see this? Out of Penn State.
Gavin McKernan.
There you go.
Yep.
Penn State forward, Gavin McKernan, the consensus first overall pick in this June's NHL draft, although Jeremy Rutherford's been on the show the last couple of weeks talking about how it's Otto Sternberg's brother is now moved ahead of him in the athletics draft, but McKenna has been charged with felony aggravated assault and other counts, according to the Pennsylvania police. McKenna, an 18-year-old native of Canada, was charged with first-degree felony aggravated assault, which is defined as attempts to cause serious bodily injury or cause injury with extreme indifference, misdemeanor simple assault, and 2 summary counts of disorderly conduct for harassment and engaging in a fight. The maximum penalty for first-degree felony aggravated assault in Pennsylvania is 20 years in prison and or a $25,000 fine. Now, this is what happened. According to State College Police, McKenna's charges are the result of an altercation that occurred in State College at about 8:45 p.m. on January 31st. Police said McKenna allegedly struck a 21-year-old male in the face, resulting in facial injuries that required surgery. McKenna was arraigned on the charges and released on $20,000 bail. Preliminary hearing for the case is scheduled for February 11th in Pennsylvania.
The story I read was that the guy was chirping at McKenna's mother, that they were in a bar, and he was saying nasty things about his mother, and so he finally popped him in the face.
This ESPN story does not detail that element.
I did see where they reached out to the NHL, and the NHL says we have no comment. He's not a player in the NHL. I don't think it's really their place to comment at this time. Sounds like a bar fight. Remember, the player was it Ryan Tucker, drafted by the Rams, and it was pointed out he had been in a bar fight. And Vermeil said, "Did he win the fight?" You say that now, you'd probably be canceled.
Yeah. I wouldn't imagine this will change his first overall draft pick. Teams will, if he's a great player, teams will take him and they'll deal with the legal consequences. It'd be my guess.
Where did you see somebody was verbally?
I saw that on X. It was reported by several different people. I don't have the names for you right now.
Hopefully it's not our guy that's reporting the SLU news daily.
That's what initially came out, that he didn't just walk up to somebody and punch him in the face, that he was kind of protecting his mother's honor.
It's got to be hard when you're 18. You know you've got the world by the rear. Coming up, you're going to be either the first, second pick, whatever. And if you're 18 years old, but if you're out in public, you really got to be careful because of what you have at stake, but you could be egged on potentially at any time. That's hard, man. You're 18 years old, and who knows what the situation is, but it can affect your livelihood for years to come. I would guess, unless there's more to it, it'll cause some teams to discuss it internally, Doug, and then they'll somehow look past it.
Oh, yeah, they certainly will. He'll make a huge payment probably to the guy that he punched, settle out of court, and then he'll be picked first overall. That'd be my guess.
Let's see. I'm reading the New York Post story, and I realize it is the New York Post, but nonetheless. Let's see. 2 witnesses told State College Police that there was an exchange of words between them and the group that McKenna was with before the hockey star allegedly punched the man in the face twice. According to the report, the alleged incident took place in front of the Pew Street parking garage. Police said in the complaint that street cameras caught McKenna allegedly punching the victim in the face, while security footage from Doggy's Pub, Doug.
Doggy's Pub, Doug.
Showed the hockey player leaving just before the alleged assault. The complaint also stated that the man he hit had to undergo surgery on Monday night, and his jaw will be wired shut for roughly 2 weeks.
Oh.
Boy, this kid's tough, Doug.
Yeah. Boy, those bar fights are nasty. They really are nasty. You just kind of hope to get through that phase of your life unscathed, where you're going out 3 or 4 nights a week and around drunkards and drunk yourself. And
Papers, you go out
nasty
still.
Anybody at Duke's ever come up
scraps?
to you and you think about just clocking them?
I really seldom see scraps. I've seen a couple in my day where it gets like real ugly, and it always
Down in
happens
Columbia?
right outside. Yeah, it's happened for sure.
2
a couple
a.m.,
times in
3
Columbia.
a.m.
But it's like always like it's just guys pulling on their shirts. They leave and they got like ripped up shirts, and no one ever really gets popped, pow, right in the kisser. Never really happens.
That was
well,
like
it does. Maybe you
Well, it
haven't seen
does.
it.
I
but
haven't
it
seen
does.
it. Yeah.
Hey, Martin, McKenna's 17, just an FYI, from Spider-Man's dad, except he's actually 18. But otherwise, it's a great text. He was born in December of 2007. Tim, you went to SLU, so December 2007. What do you got there?
Oh, boy. I guess that
Doug's
makes
bad
him
at the years.
18.
He's
I guess that
18.
makes him 18.
Not that it
makes him
matters.
18.
Doesn't matter. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Hey, Doug, did you ever get any scraps with the rival Tufts in your letter jackets after the sock hops? Was your best gal in a poodle skirt on your arm? That's from Big Tuft.
Yeah. No scraps here. No.
This is our guy. Shows he's got some grit. Well, there you go.
That's where we're at with Blues fans.
Yeah.
We need some toughness stuff. We need a little edge. What do you got? I got a guy punching somebody in a bar. Draft him now. The Blues did the same thing. They lost to Dallas, Doug. This was the lead, I believe, 40-some-odd minutes ago or whatever it was. They lost to Dallas for the third time in a week and a half. Yesterday, papers before an update said, are they playing Dallas again? Yes, 3 times in about a week and a half. And they lost every game the same way.
In the final minute.
That's hard to do, but they did.
Yep.
And they did you pick the over, Doug?
You did.
I did.
I mean,
Yes.
we make picks, you make money.
We make picks. You make money.
Yes.
What was the over-under? 6.5?
5.5.
And 9 total?
Yeah.
Woo.
Well, the Blues are starting to find it a little bit offensively. Kyrie's come to life. Snuggerwood's played very well the last couple of weeks. I figured they had a chance to score 2 or 3.
If you want them to trade Cairo, or if they're trying to trade Cairo, 2 different things, the fact that he's playing a little better doesn't hurt.
No.
Doug, this gentleman has sent this in 3 times in the last, 5 minutes. Trying to get a text read with all the regular texters is like going into a bar and trying to get a seat at the bar, and all the regulars have their reserved seats. I still love the show. Oh, and you too, Doug, and your tariffs. That's from Curb Stomp.
Huh. Okay.
He was feeling left out.
He was. There. It got red.
I saw Dawson's Creek get into a fight because someone said Aaron Sorkin was a hack. That's from Little Judy Suckins. Jackson, did you ever get in a fight with somebody because they said Aaron Sorkin was a hack?
No. I mean, over the last decade, it's been pretty rough for the Sork dog. So, I don't know.
So who's had a rougher decade and a half, Tom Hank or Aaron Sorkin?
Probably Tom Hank. Yeah, he's probably definitely made more money, but Sorkin, that I Love Lucy movie was no good.
Blues need McKernan the worst way. Maybe he'd finally pop Cairo like he deserves. Master, am I right? That's from Sharon and Clayton, who's in an alliance with Harrison's brother Master. We thought the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom was part of the alliance, but she made it clear she is not. And Sharon said she is podcasting the show in the shower with AirPods.
Still in the shower.
But they want him drafted so they can punch a teammate. That's what, not for his goal-scoring ability.
Quit bitching about not getting your texts read. Send better texts. That's from a month of Sundays.
Month of Sundays.
A brand new text.
I was just going to say that's got to be a new name.
New one today.
Was that a change, or was that somebody who was just a 314?
That's an ad. That's an addition there.
So it's brand new.
Brand
new.
new.
Month of Sundays, sending message early on. Anyone who complains about their text not being read is a St. Clair Square Hoosier?
Oh.
There's some Al Formicola's burner.
Illinois side?
I believe so.
That's Fairview Heights, right?
Guys, could you ask if Sharon is into swinging? Thanks. That's from the chairman of the National Swingers Convention. Sound like he's looking to recruit her to the convention. Where is that convention?
Where would you put that convention?
Ozarks.
Yeah,
is
that's
it?
live.
Yeah.
No, I looked
For
it up.
sure.
It's at the
No, this actually is a real thing?
Yeah.
Tim thought you were doing a bit.
Yeah, I did. I thought that was sketches and
No,
bits.
they're hosting a Super Bowl and a Valentine's party here in the 314, but the real shindig is down at the Ozarks. I'm going to need some time off that week.
You're going?
Thinking about it.
Are you?
As a reporter.
That and the Barrett Summit.
Yeah.
Talk about Buddy Hield and the rest of the NBA trades yesterday. Doug, that's from HCH
Okay.
Outdoors.
He got dealt for
Kristaps
Porzingis.
Porzingis.
Yeah.
AD.
Yeah.
He
Good.
keeps
What
bouncing
street
around the
clothes?
league.
Yeah.
Street clothes is now being punished. He was sent to the Wizards.
Anthony Day-to-Day Davis.
Day-to-day Davis. Yesterday, I was thinking of papers because that Shams Charania was just on TV every 2 seconds.
Yeah. Busy time, man. Trade deadline.
Everybody got traded.
Dan Jansen, is he wanting to talk it over? Doug,
Wow.
he's got an invite for you. And he is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, which you can call into and file your grievances directly to us.
We've had Jim this week. We've had Steve. We had a couple
Yeah.
Jims. Big week.
314-974-0101. Dan Jansen on 101 ESPN. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, sure.
Hey, I'm not in the shower either.
Oh, good.
Hey, I've got a theory going back to baseball. It's going to be unpopular, but I'd like you to hear me out. My theory is overall the org is in a pretty good spot.
Don't say org.
Okay.
In a
Let me
good
explain.
spot.
Yes, let me explain, Doug. The Cardinals are facing 3 once-in-a-generation hurdles: the collective bargaining agreement, the reduction in television revenue, and the downturn in the competitive cycle. The reasons they are in a good spot is twofold. They anticipated all this coming, giving them time to prepare, and all three things are basically happening at the same time. It would have been much worse if they would have happened a year or 2 apart. Let me break it down. Every professional team goes through a competitive cycle. So the competitive cycle is similar to a business cycle: recession, depression, recovery, boom, business terms. The 25 season was a recession. 26 will be the depression, 27 will be the recovery, and 28 will be the boom.
Really?
Every sports team does this. The Blackhawks went through it. Every team. Second, the collective bargaining agreement is coming. There may or not be a work stoppage, but there's no doubt the competitive landscape will be altered. Nobody knows what it will look like. Third, it appears the television revenue will go down by as much as 50%. $40 million is a significant part of total revenue. That, coupled with low attendance numbers, will greatly impact the team's ability to spend.
Dan, can I just ask one? Are you reading this?
I've got some notes written down.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
It felt a little bit like a press conference. Mr. DeWitt pulls that in, like inside the blue blazer, Doug, you pull out your index cards.
Mm-hmm.
But not a bad theory, the cycle.
Well, so all three things are happening at the same time, and the Blues had time, or the Cardinals had time to prepare. They eliminated long-term contacts, they drastically cut payroll, and they stocked their system full of inexpensive, cost-controlled young prospects. So they eliminated all long-term contracts, so they're in good shape, and they could not be better prepared to face these headwinds. I expect most other teams, I guess Detroit just signed a player, 3 years, $115 some odd million. Mid-market teams are not going to be able to spend their way out of this. Okay, so
You just turn the page.
Furthermore, here's what you do. Dan, when you're flipping the notes of the page, you say, furthermore,
the DeWitts are smart, savvy business people. Smart business people can make just as much money when the market's going down as when it goes up.
How are they going to do that? How are they going to do that?
Okay. When the market goes down, you can do things such as called puts, okay? Or you can save your money. You can,
you can short sell a stock, but how do you short sell a baseball team?
Because you don't take risk. You save your money, and when everybody else is upside down, they can't afford the free agents out there, and then you go after them. And the DeWitts are excellent at doing that. So they're going to save money. They're not going to lose a ton of money, okay? And they don't have any long-term contracts. And I don't know if all these other teams are in the same position. So in 27, it's going to be a difficult season. But Bill III, as he spoke the other day, kind of explained that, and he's positioned to kind of shoulder the blame. It's uncomfortable, but he's positioned to handle it. And Bill Jr., who's 85 years old, a lifelong baseball enthusiast, sitting on a ton of cash, is going to go all in, just like Gussie did in 1982. He's going to want to go out on top. That's common sense. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think you've laid out what the Cardinals' position is. I think that is what they're doing. It's just a matter of if they will in 2028 do what you say they're going to do and scoop up all these big time free agents that other teams won't be able to afford.
It appears Dan has all of my Cardinal talking points, Tim, since I'm the rights holder.
We like to read books and talk smart things, too.
I think my favorite text, and mostly they were negative, but one said, skate, Dan, skate.
Okay. So it's just finishing up.
How much longer?
Doug, as a lifelong Cardinal fan, they don't care about you.
That hurt. That hurt.
Wow.
Doug, you focus on wins and losses, the Vaughn Index. You're not going to be much use to us after every loss. But in 28, when they rebuild, you're going to be the first one in line to buy tickets.
Yeah, if they have a good team, I will be.
There you go.
Yeah.
I know. So they don't care. They care about the Jacksons of the world. Jackson's a kind of a fair weather fan. He's only going to go if he's able to go.
He's taking shrapnel. Hold on, Dan. Is this because he refused to go with you? It feels a little personal.
No, it's the truth. It's the fair weather fans that are only going to go if the stadium's packed.
Papers.
And
I don't know what you're basing that off when you're saying I am a fair-weather fan.
how many games did you go to last year?
5, 6, maybe
Pretty good.
7 or 8.
Pretty good.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah, I like just going and hanging out with my friends.
Pretty good.
I'm a
Dan,
Missouri Tigers sports fan. You're going to call me a fair-weather fan.
all right, Dan. How about
Exasperated with that.
all right.
He took a shot. He took a shot.
I think it's time for Dan to hop in the shower with his phone. Kidding, of course.
All right. Anyway, the good news for the whole TMA is the Cardinals need you guys because you're a soft core sports.
I like that soft core sports.
I like that a lot.
I tell you, I like that.
You're back in
Kinda
my good
like
graces.
a Cinemax late at night with Shannon Tweed version of a sports talk show.
Yeah, clothes on, but it's hot.
And so they're gonna celebrate you guys at spring training and the whole year because
We're going to celebrate us. That might take the under on that.
anyway,
There'll be a little
that's
old
my
school
theory.
band waiting for us.
Well, your theory is right in line with what the Cardinals are thinking. I will agree with that. I'm just saying it's going to be painful. I understand it all, and I think you're right about what their theory is and what their monetary philosophy is going to be here going forward the next couple of years. It's just painful.
Furthermore.
Yeah, it is. But Doug, if you go and evaluate the young players and understand what holes they have in their roster and not focus on wins and losses, you're going to enjoy yourself much, much more.
Well, I don't have time to go to all the minor league parks around the country to evaluate these players. I care what they have at the major league and level, and if they have a bunch of highly touted prospects, I'll get excited about that. When they get to the majors.
Yeah, well,
I don't care if somebody
what
tears
else
it up in the minors. What matters is can they do it in the major leagues?
Well, they're going to be parading them through the major leagues, and that's what I'm going to be focused on to see who's major league caliber ready and who's not.
Papers, you got Elliot Davis handy?
Okay, we've been here a long time.
Okay, Mo has chimed in. All right, it's a well-presented theory, Doug. Some are buying in, some are not. That's Dan Jansen, who's ready for the shower, I think.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Dan.
The awkward pauses make it work. There it is, Elliot Davis.
I got to tell you, Martin, I think we may have broken a record for texts. I mean, it's unbelievable how many texts have been coming in. I'll just give you a little sampling, Doug, here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Let's see what we got. Karen in Clayton needs to take the phone away from her cuck husband. That's from the old Appleton stepdad. So they thought that was Sharon's husband calling in?
I don't think it was.
Why would they? Let's see. KG, can you title this hour on the podcast Dorks Call In? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. No smart person is buying puts or shorting stocks to consistently win. This guy's a moron. That's from Josh, Bob, Bill. Get Walter Cronkite off the air. I can't take this crap anymore. FML. That's from Thrill Fan 22. And Doug, that's just a sampling outside of hang up on this ass clown, hang up on this clown, and a variety of different.
Other than that, they were pretty supportive.
Well, what he said is about the direction the Cardinals are taking. It is. I mean, I don't particularly care for it, but I think what he said is probably true. That's what the Cardinals are thinking.
He's buying stock. That Martin, those were business terms. He
did say to us morons, guys, those are business terms.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's Gary Pinkel.
He's buying stock. 2028 is when we will be rewarded.
I would think it is hard to argue that they'll be well positioned. They're not going to be strapped with bad content. They will be in a position to spend here in the not too distant future. I think that is accurate. Yeah. Now, what happens with the game itself, CBA, all of that to be determined.
The DeWitts must be pretty confident that there might not be a season next year. If they don't, as far as I know, they don't have anybody under contract after this year, right? They got rid of all the contracts.
But I don't know if it
Except
matters,
for
right? Because
May,
nobody's
maybe.
getting paid, right?
They're not getting paid.
Well, if the owners lock them out, they'll get paid.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. If the players go on strike, they don't get paid. But if they get locked out, I think they still get paid. Why wouldn't they?
Jackson, do you have an answer to that?
But they don't. If they don't have an agreement in
Research
place, right?
team is currently.
Because I think the agreement would be like the contract's dead. I was want to.
I think if you have a contract,
But
that
I don't
would
think they
extend
would.
and
I
they
shall
lock you
read
out.
from our friends at Artificial Intelligence, which is what
Because
we
I'm
just
saying
had
if
on
the
phone lines.
contract had expired, is what I'm saying.
In a professional sports lockout, such as Major League Baseball,
Is he reading this, Doug?
furthermore,
Sounds like it.
players generally do not receive their regular in-season salaries because games are not played. However, they may still receive previously agreed upon bonuses, deferred compensation, or salary for the work already performed. So, key takeaways on lockout play. No salary for missed games. If a lockout causes the cancellation or postponement of regular season games, player salaries for those games are not paid. So there you go.
But they get bonuses for
Well, if
games
you're-
they did play? What was that?
Well, no, I think
bonuses and deferred pay. Players are still paid contractual obligations that were earned or vested prior to the start of the lockout, such as signing bonuses.
Yeah, let's say you win the MVP this year, you get a bonus. You're still going to get that. If Arenados of the world have tons of deferred money,
Right.
But my
Or old
point is,
players.
if the agreement between the players and ownership ends, and then they're arguing about what the new agreement should be, there is no agreement. Therefore, they would owe them no money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I always thought
contract would
if
be
they
up.
got locked out,
But I don't think
that
it's a
would be on the
lockout
owners.
as much as, I mean, they just don't agree. There's just no money. That's why the
For
young
the record, it is considered to be likely a lockout next year, for the record.
But, I mean, I guess the phrasing of it, basically they don't have an agreement in place. And that's why the younger players are always hesitant to fight this tooth and nail because they know they're not going to get a check.
By the way, just as a brief aside, Martin, texts are still coming in complaining about Dan Jansen's call, our friend, the Grape Ape Auto Detailing, for F's sake, papers, hang up. And that's what happens when the texts come in so fast that the text inbox falls behind.
Yeah, the lag is 6 minutes right now.
6 minutes, 7:47. The texts are coming in, and it's 7:53 in St. Louis. Clarkson Jewelers. Time check.
If you text right now, we will get to that 6 minutes from now.
It's like light traveling from a star.
Jackson's boy body just texted, forget the shower. How about a bath and a toaster? That's not kind.
That was your boy body?
I guess, yeah. Taught.
God almighty. Yeah, that is a lag time of 6 minutes, Martin.
it's still going.
That's
Dan Jansen.
It seldom happens, but when it does,
We have seen it happen.
yeah.
This is remarkable. I feel like I'm Marvin Barnes. I'm in a time warp. What time is it? It's 6 minutes ago. Hey, Poindexter. Take your Chat GPT prompts to Redbird Ranch or the bottom of the Mississippi with some cinder block shoes.
Oh.
That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, and that was exactly 6 minutes ago.
But in general, I will say that even though it was delivered in a stunningly monotone fashion while
But
reading,
that's his brand.
and he obviously activates listenership. He's the timber fake of
Yeah.
and I know you do as well. So,
Well, yeah, that's clearly what the Cardinal plan is.
So, it's unfortunate that it's gotten to this, but they have put themselves in this spot.
There was a quote that you would like, Tim Heimblum, the other night or day when he was on his press conference. He said, we're not going to keep an all-star just to say we got an all-star on the team, which speaks to the whole idea of window dressing, like faking the fans out, like, well, Brendan Donovan's an all-star. Why would we trade him? And saying, we've got this plan. And he actually paused when he talked about Donovan. He said, this one was hard. Because I think he knew this is a really good player.
This is different than getting rid of a contract that's no good.
Yeah, a veteran player is way overpaid at this point in their career. You're not going to get much value even in a trade. He paused. I'm not saying he was going to sob, but he did pause that this one was hard about Donovan. But then later said, we're not keeping an all-star just so we can tell people we've got an all-star. So the window dressing days are over.
And that you are exactly right. I personally love that, Doug. I think that's the thing that you kind of like. You like to have players, even if the team isn't going to be good, that you can go and watch that you consider to be all-stars.
Yeah, entertaining. For me, it's about entertainment.
And
if
see,
I'm not entertained by the team,
and I
what's the
think
point?
that maybe at our core, because neither one of us are disputing the business strategy that the Cardinals are employing. I think there is a healthy percentage of Cardinal fans who do feel that way. So we're not disputing that. I will find entertainment, and I'm not saying it's going to be incredibly stimulating, but I will find entertainment. I think I actually will be more likely to pay closer attention because we will be looking toward, will these guys actually be part of it in 2028 or 2029, whatever Dan's chat GPT told them was the time that they were going to start winning.
Yeah. Well, if Gorman and Walker get it figured out, and if Scott and Nootbaar and Herrera play up to their potential, then I'll be entertained, I'm sure. And if it's the same old stuff, then I won't be.
I'm more fascinated by the idea they're going to celebrate us while we're there.
And that's a band that's going to celebrate us?
By the way, Tim, the lag is now up to 7 minutes.
Yeah, I noticed that.
There's still
Dan Jansen has to feel like the big winner here today.
He's texter of the day, listener of the day.
A 7-minute lag based on a phone call.
Somebody complained this was my entire commute.
Softcore sports.
Oh, now we're reading right when he said softcore sports because that is the right. I have to tell you, I think that's a nice description.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Well, body sports talk also works.
314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Just realize it's like light traveling from a star, and we might not get it for 7 or 8 minutes. You also, if you want to make sure it is email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day, and, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over, and I don't believe there is a lag in there. Crystal City Liquor Man is in there talking to the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer, who's talking to Too Fat to Kayak and Doppler Doug and Ghost Dick 92 and 292 other friends. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. 6,510, Doug. We got over our mark
nice.
now.
That helps.
Now let's see if we can get to 6,600. You can watch us when we're at spring training a week from Monday, and that it will be presented to you by Healthcare Evolution, sponsor of our 7 o'clock hour, also here on the program, healthcare-evolution.com. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. It's Michelob Ultra, longtime sponsor on the morning after, and we are grateful for their support. The name of the game on this program, if you like the show, support the sponsors you hear on this presentation. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Doug, I think you are going to enjoy what Dan Orlovsky had to say, and I don't know if I've ever said that sentence.
Sure.
It's a big Dan Thursday.
Jackson and I were exchanging some audio last night, and we think you're going to enjoy it. It's his thoughts on youth sports. And we're going to have that for you coming up.
Is he against them?
Break. You're going to find out. I went to teasing camp. You know that. Chris May, Billiken Athletic Director, wanted to come in studio, and he's coming in at 9 o'clock on your polosplus.com dossier. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
FlyMidAmerica.com. That is the website where you can find out more about Mid-America, St. Louis Airport, Muscuda, Illinois. So many flights out of there every day going to great warm destinations like Las Vegas, Fort Lauderdale, and, of course, Gulf Shores. They added that in 2025. You can begin that trip with convenient, affordable travel from Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. Again, online is where you find all these reasonably priced flights to these great destinations. They do that through Allegiant Airline. And when you fly out of Mid-America, it's convenient. You can park right in front of the terminal, get in through security at the gate, all of that in about 15, 20 minutes. Unheard of these days when it comes to flying. All the warm destinations this time of year, you're thinking about maybe March, not too late to put a spring break trip on the calendar. Convenience, affordability, all one spot. That's Mid-America, St. Louis Airport, website flymidamerica.com. They go to all these great spots. So, 7, 8, 9 spots in Florida, South Carolina, Vegas, all sound good right about now. Book that flight. Make your spring break plans now.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues lose last night 5-4 to the Dallas Stars. The Olympic break is upon us. You will not see the Blues play again until February 26th when they take on the Seattle Kraken. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Big 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution, courtesy of Dan Jansen, breaking the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Quite a moment for Dan Jansen with his phone call. Dan Orlovsky, though, is going to be, I think, the star of the Fisher window and door store 8 o'clock hour. Doug with his audio on Greg Olson's podcast. And then Chris May, Billiken Athletic Director, will be in studio coming up at 9 o'clock. And we'll see if he's taking two-part questions, Martin. I don't know if he will or if he won't, but you're welcome to send them in at 314.
Chris is really good at deflecting, so if you ask something that he doesn't want to answer, he'll say, go Billikens.
And, of course, you can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. MD2020 says, is it true that the St. Louis University athletic director is coming in to give you guys a check for talking about St. Louis University, Doug? My agreement was just cash. I didn't want a paper trail.
I'm getting diamonds.
Diamonds? Billiken diamond?
I asked for a foam finger.
You just wanted that. Doug's getting $15,500, and you're getting a foam finger. All right. If you're watching on YouTube, you see that Brody Herman is in studio from Brown and Crouppen.
All right.
All right. It's an honor and privilege to be at the Morning After today. I'm so excited to be with you guys today. And I'm just, it's an honor. It's such an honor to be here. What a highlight of my week.
Try to find some energy.
Yes.
Woo!
What are you most fired up about? I think you said Brendan Donovan.
Yeah, Brendan Donovan gets traded this week to the Seattle Mariners in a 3-team deal. Everyone's heard this. Ben Williamson going to the Tampa Bay Rays. Mariners clearing up that roster spot, looking to become, it's just kind of the changing of the guard, trying to become the new kings of the American League West. You know, the Astros may be taking a step back. The Rangers taking a step back ever since firing Bruce Bochy and then hiring Skip Schumacher to be their manager. And the Cardinals gotten 3 intriguing prospects. Ty Pete, who was a Mariners prospect, 30th overall draft pick in 2023, an outfield prospect. He's only 20 years old. And, of course, the big name, Gerangelo Sanger, pitcher. He can pitch with his right, with his left. Unbelievable, pitched in college in Mississippi State. Yeah. And now he's going to be in the Cardinal organization, who desperately needs pitching, enhancing our farm system. We have five top prospects in the top 100, one of the better farm systems in Heim's overall vision. We may not be good in 2026 or 2027 as a playoff contender, but the St. Louis Cardinals are a team that are trying to build for the future. The Mariners are trying to build for the present, and Brendan Donovan now is going to be at a legitimate playoff contender with the Mariners and a legitimate contender to win a division, the American League West, and I think Brendan Donovan fills a hole. He's got such versatility. He's a great defender, very solid defender, and he's a solid contact hitter. His batting average is always between that 275, 285 range. Typically, Donovan, a very solid hitter, helps that Mariners lineup, obviously. Maybe doesn't provide the pop that the Mariners are looking for, but certainly enhances their lineup. The prospects help our prospect capital in the Cardinal system, and I don't anticipate maybe them moving on from any other players, but we'll see. They moved on from Contreras, Sonny Gray, Nolan Arenado, and now Brendan Donovan. The dominoes seem to be falling, and Chaim Bloom seems to be, enhancing and trying to, rebuild this organization and enhance it and make the, farm system better.
Are you on board with what's going on? We had a big discussion, 7 o'clock hour, the model, the plan that they're pursuing.
Yeah, I think so, because, if you're not going to spend the money like, the higher-up contenders are in the world of baseball, yes, I believe that this is a model that they need to, base their ground on and, build it from the ground up. And I think getting prospect capital from teams, trading away veteran players, alleviating that salary and focusing on the future, I think is the only way to go, because, you can't go down lower. So you have to, the only way to go is up. So you have to find a way to go up, and I think the Cardinals are going to do that by trying to get as much prospect capital as possible, particularly on the pitching side.
What are you feeling?
About the
wagering,
big game.
Yeah. Who do you got?
I got the Seahawks.
Look at you saying big game. Have you had legal counsel tell you to call it the big game?
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, the Seattle Seahawks are going to win. Obviously, I think the run. I think the stretch plays that Clint Kubiak is going to run with Kenneth Walker are really going to help the Seahawks offense in this game. That's going to require the Patriots defense going to be at every level of point of attack, and the Patriots offense hasn't really scored a lot of points, only averaging 18 points per game in the playoffs, lowest since 1979, easiest strength of schedule since 1999. The Patriots, they do have two really, really good pass rushers, Christian Barmore, Milton Williams. They're going to come and they're going to attack. So I think If they can attack the run game, the Patriots can make it very close. I would take the under on any spread possible, particularly on FanDuel. Take the under on this game. This is going to be not a very high-scoring game. I'm telling you, the Seahawks will probably win. I'm going to stand on that. I believe the Seahawks are going to win. You know, I'm standing on that. But if Drake May's legs get going like an engine and he becomes a freight train, I'm telling you all right now, this game could be very, very interesting. However, I still think the Seahawks are going to pull it out. I think it's going to be a very low-scoring game. However, what would be a nightmare for the Patriots is if Sam Darnold and that offense could really get going like they did against the Rams, then this game won't be as close as people anticipated. But I believe with the Seahawks, with the stretch and the boot and so many of Clint Kubiak's great plays, it's going to be very hard for the Patriots to stop the Seahawks offense. I don't think it's going to be the highest scoring game. I could see it being like a 17-13 score.
Over under 45.5.
Wow. Yeah, it's holding steady there. I like the under, too.
Yeah, absolutely. The over-under, I would say I'm gonna take probably Patriots under 4.5. You know, that means Seahawks only have to win by, one score. And, I don't think any team's going to cover here. I just think it's going to be such low scoring, and I don't think any team's going to cover in the Super Bowl. But I believe that the Seahawks are going to win. I like what I'm seeing out of Sam Darnold. Obviously, Adolfo Menza, the Vikings, fired their GM for letting Sam Darnold walk out of the door. He's proven himself to be a legitimate quarterback in this league. Back-to-back double-digit win seasons as a starting quarterback, really establishing himself. And I think what he's done with the Seahawks, really taking the reins this year. Obviously, as we know, Clint Kubiak is going to be the Raiders head coach next year. And what he's done under the Clint Kubiak offense, and really multiple different offenses. Now, Darnold has proven himself to be possibly one of the, young and promising quarterbacks in the National Football League, living up to his third overall pick billing when he was drafted out of USC and being the guy that people anticipated and being, the Jets are such a dysfunctional organization. So are the Panthers. They can contaminate players like nobody's business. But finally, Sam Darnold is going to be the quarterback that maybe we all anticipated him on being. And I got the Seahawks winning. I'm standing on that. I think the Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl.
A note to Dan Jansen. All of this is being done without notes.
Yeah.
There are no notes, furthermore. All right, final thought here. Billikens getting in the tournament. What do you feel here? What do you got for a seed?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Billikens are going to be between a 9th and a 6th seed. They don't have a lot of high, major conference wins. But I believe that the Billikens, they're on a 16-game winning streak. They're leading the Atlantic 10 right now. I believe they're 21-1. They got LaSalle this weekend, and that's going to be an easy win for the Billikens. I think they're just going to keep pouring it on like they're going to pour syrup on pancakes. I think the Billikens are going to run. I don't think that the Billikens are going to miss a beat here. I think they win the Atlantic 10. I firmly believe that. I haven't seen really them letting up at all. I mean, even when they're in close games, they win those. I mean, I just love what I'm seeing from the Billikens, the depth. I love Robbie Avila's leadership. I love what Josh Schertz is doing with this team. I just love his attitude, his overall. He's getting himself energized. He's energized the Billiken fan base again. They have a right to be energized. You got a lot of great players there. Deion Brown, Trey Green, Isaiah Sharma, Brady Dunlap. Brady Dunlap has been impressive. Brady Dunlap, I mean,
took over the other night. He took over.
Yeah, he took over. I'm telling you, transfer from St. John's. I love what I'm seeing of these Billikens. Josh Schertz absolutely won in the transfer portal. I think the Billikens are that team that is going to go into the tournament. We'll see how the brackets shake out, and we'll see if the Billikens can make it past the round of 64. But I absolutely love what I'm seeing from this team. I fully anticipate them winning the Atlantic 10. I think they can win the Atlantic 10 tournament. I know Billikens fans are happy to hear me say that. They're the best story in St. Louis sports right now, obviously, because there's nothing really else going on. Mizzou this weekend plays South Carolina. That'll be an easy win. South Carolina is dreadful in the SEC, so I have Mizzou winning that this weekend, but I'm more confident in the Billikens and what run they can make than I am Mizzou currently right now. But don't worry, folks. Mizzou's got two great presents under the Christmas tree, two McDonald's All-Americans, Tony Bryant and Jason Crow. So don't worry, Mizzou fans, your time is coming. But I think Josh Schertz is going to get serious Power 5 interest this offseason. I firmly believe that. I think Josh Schertz could go to a high major school this offseason, considering that coaching carousel in college basketball. I firmly believe Josh Schertz will be a primary candidate for a lot of universities this offseason. I know Billikens fans don't want to hear that part.
No, we don't.
No, they don't want to hear that part.
Everything was just fine, Brody, till you said that. Although it is the reality. It is the reality.
Listen, there's no doubt in my mind. I think he'll get serious interest. But you know what? You know what? I think that that's a good thing because that's showing you that the Billikens and what Schertz is doing is working. He's energized the fan base. He's energized this team. He is galvanized the troops. I'm so excited. Their three-point shooting has never been better. The most threes they've made back-to-back games in the conference. They have a record of three-pointers made in a game. I love what I'm seeing from the St. Louis University Billikens. I think they're going to make it into the tournament, have an impressive run.
There
Brody
it is.
Herman,
It's
yeah.
Brody Herman with us. Seahawks, you're laying 4.5, and you're
yes.
on the under. That's your
Yes.
play.
Yep, that's my play, sir.
Doug, parlay that.
Okay.
There it
Yep.
is. Brody Herman with us
What are
here
you
on
waiting for,
TMA.
Doug?
Brody, I always appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brody.
That's
Love
Brody
being
Herman with
on.
us on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Bobby Brown, 80, what do you think, 88 or 89?
I don't know what the years.
I mean, it's not 87, so I guess you might as well say 89. You know what I mean?
88, Tim.
He was married to Whitney Houston?
Yep.
They didn't. It's kind of a struggle.
Yeah. It is his. It's his birthday today.
Okay. Yesterday, you were just doing songs you liked.
Yeah, it was just-
Today, you're back on a theme. It's birthdays.
Well,
What do you think Bobby Brown is, Doug? I'm going to go 56.
Say 57.
Ah!
Martin.
58.
He's 57 today.
Yeah, I thought he was.
Always.
Yeah, I knew he was.
Always. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation.
It's not a rich birthday day today. It was kind of just Bobby Brown.
Oh, then we can enjoy Bobby Brown. What are you going to go, Roni? Doug, On Our Own. That was from the Ghostbusters 2 soundtrack. Every Little Step.
Yeah,
I mean, he was the lead vocalist on Mr. Telephone Man, wasn't he? Or was that Ralph Tresvant?
I think it was him.
And I love Papers, but I feel like the themes have become a little wobbly.
What do you mean?
You just play songs.
Sure.
But you used to have more of a theme.
Would you like a theme?
Well, I enjoy a good theme.
Okay. I can come up with some.
Dork!
Oh.
That's from Ulysses S. Grant, who is not enjoying the theme.
Oh, my bad.
It could be for any of us.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe I'm interpreting it was about the theme, and it's maybe just about any one of us. So, well, you're welcome to attack with a wide variety of names. Just make sure they stay within the FCC's parameters. If you want to attack with profanity, you can do that when Jackson and I do QFTA. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com is how you can send emails in with questions, comments. And we do about 6 hours on the podcast, Doug.
Oh,
so
gosh.
You have time to get your questions.
After this, you go and you talk for 6 more hours?
Ideally.
Yeah, I mean, I try to stretch it to keep it under 7, but do at least 6. I think that's the right thing to do. Let's see. Doug, Dan Orlovsky, you know him as a takesmith.
Sure.
So he's on Greg Olson's podcast. Anybody ever listen to Greg Olson's podcast? Doug, it's called Youth, Inc.
No.
But then if you say it, watch this. You think.
Oh,
You see that?
I see what he's
See
done
that, Martin?
there. Yeah.
You see that?
Okay, yeah.
And it's about youth sports. I have to tell you, I think it's a really good podcast. I am a fan. You had Malcolm Gladwell on there. Jackson, you like that Malcolm Gladwell?
He's a good author.
You didn't say yes.
He's a good author. I read one of his books.
Blink?
Which one? No.
Tipping Point?
No. He did say
He's a
thank you
fascinating guy.
for the delicious fries.
He is.
He did?
He did. He is. When you hear the thank you for the delicious fries, that's Malcolm Gladwell. Jackson's going to pull that up for your. But it's a good it's a conversation that anytime we've talked about it, going back to the balloon party days on the station, it certainly activates people, kind of like a Dan Jansen phone call. So Dan Orlovsky, who of course is a takesmith on ESPN, and you don't like that he wears tennis shoes with his suits, Jackson?
Well, it's just like, I guess it's a edict from ESPN that if you're going to be on one of the panel shows that plays in dentist's office and bars midday, that you have to wear a nice suit, but then pair that up with sneakers because we're talking ball, baby.
Okay, I didn't. So it's not exclusive to Orlovsky.
No, far from it.
So he's on Greg Olson's podcast, and they're starting to reach the crescendo. It's how he handles things.
Okay.
And it got to a point where he acknowledged that he walked up to one of his son's friends and told him he wasn't happy with the way he's playing.
Oh, how old was he?
I think his kids are in the 10 to 12-year-old range. You ever go up to one of your friends?
Almost every game I'd yell at somebody like that.
But not your children.
No, other people's kids, yeah.
Take a listen.
One of my son's friends came up, my son's bike to school with some friends today. A kid pulled up today. I said, Aaron, what is your deal? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, I watched you play on basketball on Saturday. I was like, your effort stinks.
Oh.
And he started to like giggle. And I'm like, I'm not joking. Your commitment to like trying in games is not good enough. And he was like, well, we've got these 2 other kids on our team who are like really good and dominate the ball. I was like, I'm not talking about if you're good or not. I was like, your willingness to try is not cool.
Okay.
Doug, how would you react to, say this is 20 years ago and your kids are playing youth sports and and there's a gentleman who's not related berating one of your sons for his effort, and it's not cool.
Yeah, I think he'd be pretty upset by that. Who is he to talk to somebody else's kid? Unless he's not even the coach, right?
That's correct.
Your effort is not cool.
And the
He
kids
said that full-throated to a 10-year-old.
And the kids are on their bikes.
Yeah, going to school.
And he rolled up in his car to let him have it.
God, it's such a hard-on
Is
move.
it possible the 10-year-old really doesn't care much?
Right. It's like not that big a deal.
It's almost as if Orlovsky's insufferable. It's almost.
Well, then take a listen to this with regard to how he handles his own children.
I say to my kids all the time, Greg, when they go to practices, you better be the first kid in line at those drills. You're not allowed to be the second one. You're not allowed to be the third one. You better be the first one in line. You might be the slowest kid in the drill. You better be the first one in that drill. If I come to a practice to pick you up and it's running long and I see that you're not first in line in that drill, you're not going to like that experience afterwards.
Oh,
Wow.
what if everybody told their kid that and they're all fighting to see who gets to be first?
It's because they don't want their dad to scream at them on the ride home. You know what that breeds? It breeds kids who aren't looking to go be the best version of themselves out there on the court or field. They're looking out there to try to not make mistakes so that their parents won't yell at them. You're creating scrupulous young athletes.
Scrupulous young athletes.
Not confident and, try and go out there, have some fun, be the best they can be. No, you're having guys out there so nervous that if they make a mistake, their dad's going to yell at them.
Guys, Orlovsky's the great Santini. That's from We Too Low.
Similar.
Great call. Good
I think
Robert Duvall, Martin.
Yeah. And then Danny Noonan.
I think he just wants to show what a hard ass he is and what a tough guy I am. Boy,
It's all part of the brand.
there's no 10-year-olds lollygagging under my watch.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay.
So I enjoy listening to the podcast, and I'm like, all right, these two know each other. I think Olson,
He's a really smart guy.
he is that's exactly what I was about to say, Martin. He is a really, really smart guy. Malcolm Gladwell was his white whale guest, and so he was thrilled to have him on. It was really good conversation. So I'm like, I'll listen to the rest of it. And I'm listening to Orlovsky, one of my favorite takesmiths of all time. And I'm like, wow, he's you're walking up to another family's kid and telling them while they're riding their bike that he's not cool with his effort.
I hope some of the parents
game or anything?
heard that and maybe they weren't aware. Hey, Billy, has Mr. Dan been talking to you on your bike in the morning? I have a word with him.
Guys, he is living vicariously through his children because his professional career did not go the way that he wanted it to. That's from the 618.
That could be. To me, he's just an obnoxious guy who wants to show everyone how tough and cool he is.
But it works. Apparently it works. That's the Espen model.
You know?
Your effort stinks.
Gosh.
I wonder if there's ever been like a great athlete bred from something like that, like of a like Hardo sports dad,
Todd Marinovich,
and then their kid turned out to be great.
Yeah.
Earl Woods.
Yeah, I guess. But I mean, wasn't a lot of that like Tiger eventually finding it on his own and achieving? I don't know.
I thought they were more buddies, Earl Woods. Like they were kind of spent a lot of time just kind of, as opposed to
Armin
berating.
Katayan, and I can't recall who wrote it with Armin. It was two authors, and we had Armin Katayan on my podcast. It was really, number one, the book is a book I flew through. It was a really good book. Came out, I guess, about 6 years ago. You might remember him.
Was it the SEAL training stuff where
Yes, a
Tiger
lot
was
of that.
obsessed
But
with
the way it
physical?
started was Earl, his father, would just hit balls into a net in their garage, if I'm not mistaken, and then Tiger just sat there and watched it, and then the first time he grabbed a club, all he was doing was mimicking his dad's movements because he had seen him do it, ad nauseum when he was an infant. And so then, too, he was able to swing the club, and then I think the video that you might see, Doug, was that the Merv Griffin show? Is that the Merv Griffin show?
Or Mike Douglas,
Mike
maybe?
Douglas.
One of those guys. Yeah.
And he's out there like at 3 or 4 years old rolling in putts. And then truly,
and Bob Hope had him on once, too.
He was beating kids who were 10 and 11 years old when he was 6 and 7. I mean, when you just think about just how different kids are just by age and size at that time, that's a phenomenon. But at the same time, there's stories of Gretzky playing up, a ridiculous amount of years. And those guys were able to do it without Orlovsky showing up and kind of giving them the what's what.
Without Orlovsky, all the success these athletes have had without Orlovsky. And it's slightly related, I know we gave up on crowdsourcing. Was there something with Ryan Leaf yesterday at the Super Bowl? He attacked that famous doctor, Dr. Chow, or something that does all the NFL injury prognostication. Do you know what I'm saying here? Did anybody see that? Ryan Leaf attacked him?
Yeah, allegedly accosted Dr. David Chow at Radio Row.
Yeah.
Accosted him.
Where Take Smiths go to Rome.
Doesn't
Give me a home where the buffalo roam?
Yeah, that's Radio Row.
Doesn't that sound just sad?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Ryan Leaf attacking Dr.
He
Chow.
attacked a reporter once, too, didn't he?
Yeah, Junior Seau tried to break it up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not a good idea to yell at other people's kids, especially if you're not the coach. If you're the coach and you tell a guy, hey, you got to hustle a little bit more. Everybody else says, come on, we need you. That's one thing.
What about when the kid's riding his bike to school?
That's a different thing there. That's a no.
And he started to like giggle, and I'm like, I'm not joking.
Well, you should have been.
Kid's just trying to ride his bike to school. And beforehand, he's going to get drive-by shots from Dan Orlovsky.
The parents get a call. Hi, Mrs. Anderson. Billy's in the office right now, and he's sobbing.
The guy who's most famous for running out of the back of the end zone on one of the worst teams in NFL history is screaming at me about my effort.
As someone who has coached a lot of youth sports, Orlovsky's kids are no doubt the kids that have to make eye contact with him or look for advice throughout the game in his direction instead of paying attention to their coach. These kids are set up for failure. That's from Scott's wrinkled ballsack.
Yeah, I feel bad. It sucks.
What about for the kid on the bike who isn't his kid?
That's even worse. That poor kid's just trying to hang out, getting ripped.
I think you can probably tell your kid that you got to hustle in all these drills.
Sure.
You got to do your absolute, but you don't have to say you got to be first in line.
I don't even get why that's important.
I don't either.
Hustling and effort, I get. And I'm not saying that, like, there's a lot worse parents out there than Dan Orlovsky. Like, being that involved and being that into it, in some senses, like, good. But also, it's like, geez, man, like, understand that they're not in the NFL right now.
Right.
Let them figure out their own ways of attacking this. And I'm not calling BS on the story, but I am kind of surprised because he's from UConn. He played at UConn. ESPN's headquartered in UConn. The show he's probably on in New York, I'm guessing now. I don't know if it's Bristol, New York, whatever.
Oh, you don't think they're riding their bikes?
I don't think they're riding their bikes in January, February.
Wow.
Ooh.
And if the sport's baseball, then it could be.
You're calling a bluff.
I'm confused that the kids are riding their bikes to school.
Maybe it happened months ago.
What if
it's basketball, so it's winter sport.
What if Orlovsky makes his kids ride their bike to school in the winter?
He toughens them up.
To build toughness. You know?
Okay, I don't know. To me, when I heard that, I'm like, why are they riding their bikes in the East Coast in January, February for basketball season?
That's a real south of the Mason-Dixon line move.
I don't know.
From the 314, and I guess the 314 is not happy with Scott's wrinkled ball sack. He says the kids are not set up for failure. You guys are making this way bigger than it is. I pretty much can guarantee you that every really successful athlete, every really successful person had somebody that damn near had their foot up their ass all the time because that's what the world's going to do to you, and you got to survive it. Doug, that's from the 314.
Okay.
Well, I think it's two different things. Being tough on a kid or setting expectations high. We're talking about somebody else's parent.
Yeah.
Telling you, not your coach, just that parent.
And I think you can inspire and coach people to be better without being a jerk about it, too.
Yeah, and I personally, the thing you said at the end where it's like, if you're not doing what I want, you're not going to like the experience on the ride home, to me, that's incredibly toxic. Mm-hmm. That's incredibly toxic.
Mike Matheny wrote a book about it, right? You never talk to your kids about the game on the car ride home.
I think, didn't Earl Austin, too, write a book about the ride
parents.
home? Yeah, it was specifically about the ride home.
Well, but I think it was about how the parents are all banty at all the games. He was starting to observe that more and more.
Yeah.
Next time Uncle Rich Gould is on, please play him that audio. Then remind him Orlovsky is the guy he told to piss up a rope on Twitter because there's a good chance Uncle Rich tells that to so many people you need to be a little more specific. Doug, that's Al in Dadeville.
Okay.
I think Rich was ahead of the curve in telling Orlovsky to piss up a rope.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Uncle Rich tweeted at me something about the Billikens yesterday. He said, you know, it takes a lot to get me off the couch, but I'm going to that game Saturday.
Is that right?
Billikens LaSalle, and he admitted, this is a guy who goes to Mizzou games, doesn't leave the tailgate, doesn't go into the game because somebody's got to keep an eye on things back at the tailgate.
Guys, it sounds like Scott's wrinkled ballsack's parents weren't emotionally available to him. That's from the Crestwood Coyote. Boy, now we're going into...
Yeah, that seems like a stretch.
Now we're going into... Guys, I have that same conversation with my wife's Bulls. If you are not first in line, you're not going to like the ride home. That's from former TMA fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette, and he drives the Bulls home.
His wife has bulls? A stable of bulls?
By number 50.
Some dads are really into it. They wave dollar bills as a reward to try to get their kid an incentive to hit the ball to right field. That's from the 636.
You ever see that,
hit close to home?
I just wanted to pull the ball just once in his Little League career, get out in front of it.
Did you ever throw some cash around on the bench?
I did. I'd hold that dollar bill up and wave it. Here's your reward. Just pull the ball and pull it foul even one time. Just get ahead of the pitcher and pull the ball once.
Seems to me that asses are always looking for ways to make being an ass okay. Chief of business, politics, and now youth sports. Doug, that's from Arbor Day.
Mm-hmm. Well, there have been a lot of jerks that have been highly successful in the college and pro ranks, too. That doesn't help things.
Well, one of the things that in that podcast Olson said, and this might have been the one with Gladwell or Orlovsky, either way, those are the two that I've listened to. And he interviewed Brady, and obviously they had their story because Olson was on the top broadcast team at Fox with Kevin Burkhardt, and then Brady got the contract. And so they did an episode, and I haven't listened to that one yet. But what Greg Olson, who, Martin, you were saying, and I agree with you, is really a sharp guy. And I didn't know that until listening to the podcasts, said is if people are under the impression that everybody who's in the NFL, or even half of the people who are in the NFL, were these self-starters who had great work ethic and consumed by becoming the best kids, best players, even when they were 14, much less when they were, 10 or 11, they are severely mistaken. You can even not be that and he played at Miami on an incredible team. Or I don't know if he was on the great teams or not, but either way, he played at Miami. And what he's saying is, and one of the reasons why I think he does this podcast, by the way, is his dad was this famous, I think he might have been, what's Hurley? Is it Ed Hurley, who's Dan and Bobby Hurley's dad?
I think it's just Bob Hurley.
Oh, is it Bob Hurley? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I know Olson's from New Jersey.
With a coach, his father was a coach who's the Hurley of football in Jersey. And so his dad, and he talks about this, was this old school coach.
Yeah.
So he now has kids who are in their teens, I believe. And so he's kind of looking at it from both being the son and now being in a position of being the father, but then also somebody who lived it, the recruiting standpoint, going to Miami, playing in the pros, and continuing to be involved in the game from the broadcaster standpoint. And I think he coaches maybe with, is it Luke Kuechly, who used to be a linebacker?
I thought Olson coached with his dad a little bit.
He may have, but I mean, the point is he's kind of well-rounded in this and is coming at it from a good faith standpoint. It's a really good podcast. I would recommend it to people.
The interesting sidebar with Burkhardt covered Olson in high school because Burkhardt
is that right?
He was doing like cable sports in that town in New Jersey.
No way.
And covered Olson's high school team, and then they ended up being partners. And the other side with Greg Olson, knew he was getting replaced by Tom Brady, well publicized, and still finished out his run. He's now the number 2 guy, but
he's really good.
He's really good and handled that really well.
So is Kevin Burkhardt. He's real good.
Yeah. I like listening to Burkhardt.
Y'all sound soft. Why do you hate success? That's from a Warrenton parent, probably. Also written by Doug's. I know about that. Mall. There's an outlet mall that used to have all kinds of stores.
I don't think it's open anymore.
I think there's stores there, but not necessarily the activity that it once was in speed traps. That's what I know about Warrenton.
You got stopped there, did you?
Oh, yeah. Back and forth from Columbia and my 85 Oldsmobile with white walls.
How fast were you going?
White walls.
Boy, that thing probably, if it hit 70, it would start to shake. With the white walls. Man, that is a good look.
Olson was on those U Part 2 teams, Tim. Remember, he had the rap song about his third leg. That's correct.
Yeah.
Hard Body is correct.
He was asked about a Super Bowl, and he immediately said, I won't be talking about that.
Doug, music is a healthier family builder over sports. Fewer coronaries, alcoholics, and stressed out poor souls. That's from the 314.
And
Music could be. I don't know.
I want to say I'm in no place to tell anyone how to raise their kids. I don't even have kids of my own. So I'm just saying, like, from what I've seen in youth sports, I always felt terrible for the kids who I knew were going to get reamed on the way home because their dad was going to be screaming
So you could tell?
Oh, you knew, like, I had friends who I knew, like, their dads were going to yell at them like crazy on the way home. And it's just like, it sucks because that's how you get burnt out on sports, is like when it's no longer even fun when your parents are there. It's like pretty lame.
We had a kid, grade school basketball, and he would stare into the stand. We'd be yelling something to the team, but the kid was locked eyes with his dad the whole way up and down, and the dad would be telling him where to go, what to do, and we're like, well, I guess.
And then from a coach's standpoint, now you have another guy in there telling your kid, like, it's like, what's the point of even being here?
In my experience with 3 sons playing sports, something was going on year-round because they played all the sports. I didn't really encounter any crazy parents, crazy fans, none of it. Almost everybody was reasonably behaved. Thankfully.
Well,
but I don't remember anybody yelling and screaming and hollering and badgering umpires or referees. I didn't really encounter any of it.
I think the Earl Austin book, and I think they might have done a second edition, it was called You Might Need a Straitjacket. And he was describing all the parents' behavior that you didn't see, but I think
I know it's out there.
It's pretty widespread.
Yeah.
If my son doesn't practice the clarinet for 3 hours a day, I chug Bud Heavies and yell at him that he will never be the next Doug Vaughn. That's from the Flat Avenue boy. Yeah, you played...
Even if you're playing sports, you need to work in a little licorice stick.
Let's see here. Guys, I can tell you that it pays to be first in line at an orgy. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Probably.
So you do agree with Orlovsky then?
Well, if that's what he was talking about, if he was talking about an orgy, I guess you'd have to agree with him.
Hockey parents are next level crazy. That's from the St. Charles Illini. And now what that leads to is then the various different sports don't have a child. So therefore, nobody can go, oh, Jackson's projecting on what he sees with his children. What do you think is the most crazy?
It's hard to say because I'm so rarely around hockey, and I've heard and seen video, and that looks pretty brutal in terms of parenting. I'd say probably a tie between baseball and basketball from what I've seen.
No, right?
Basketball is hard because it's so difficult to officiate that, and people think they're an expert on the
I've
rules
seen
of
some
the game.
AAU parents that were
it's just crazy, and then coaches can get really weird about that. But baseball, it's like usually the umpires are younger. They're like 15 or 16, and they're just harassing them because they don't like a ball and strike call. Like, that's ridiculous. But from what I've heard, hockey is pretty rough, too. I think it just depends on your, like, individual experience and what level you're playing at, too.
Yeah. But there's so many good things about playing youth sports.
Oh, my God. The good outweighs the negative in a major way.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. Text in, call in, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Libby, Jackie DiCaprio's talking to St. Lunatics 92 and John Scores and the White Collar Hoosier. Open up the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the page and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra chat. Design Aire Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming up in approximately an hour on our polosplus.com dossier. Doug, can you tell people about Design Aire?
Well, this is the company that you need to know about if you've got any kind of problem with your furnace. Even if you don't, it makes sense to have them come out and do regular maintenance on it, and then you won't have any problems, most likely. Design Aire Heating and Cooling has been serving St. Louis since 1904 now. More than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company. They're the best and the longest-running sponsor on TMA. We appreciate that for sure. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family member, running the company now. They just do absolutely great work. At Design Aire, they believe in honest work, and you're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So if you're dealing with the cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAireService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Aire, comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman. Design Aire brings the heat.
There it is. Design Aire, sponsor of our Design Aire Heating and Cooling email today, where you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45 on the PolosPlus.com dossier. And coming up at 9 o'clock, we will have Billiken Athletic Director Chris May in studio. The program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. Well, Valentine's Day is fast approaching, just a week and a half away. And if you're sitting there going, man, I don't know what to get, I've got the place for you to go. It is Decor Jewelry, which is at Olive and 141, or online at decor-jewelry.com. I went in there a couple weeks ago and got to know the staff. It really is a comfortable place to walk into, super friendly staff. They have worked together and they have worked there for years. Really enjoyed getting a chance to know the people at Decor Jewelry. And I can tell you, if you're looking for something for Valentine's Day, this is a wonderful place to go. This Valentine's Day, find the perfect piece for the one who has your heart at Decor, where every gift shines a little brighter. They're at Olive and 141 and online at decor-jewelry.com. And if you're thinking about getting engaged, they have a whole room dedicated to engagement rings. It's Decor Jewelry. They will help custom design the perfect setting that fits your fiance's desires and your budget. Visit Decor online at decor-jewelry.com or at Olive and 141. Decor, always unique, always affordable. That's Bobby Brown right there, right?
I think so, yeah. I believe so.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, the 8 o'clock hour presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers DJing with a celebration of Bobby Brown's birthday here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Man, we're getting a lot of texts on this Dan Orlovsky exchange with Greg Olson on his podcast, and people are saying wrestling parents, Doug, the worst.
Yeah, well,
getting a lot of texts on that. And then how about this one with regard to the amateur proctologist saying lacrosse parents are pretty chill because they're all wealthy and there's little professional prospects. It's from the amateur proctologist. I believe Carlos Spicy Wiener is a lacrosse coach or was or played or something like that. Maybe he can speak to it. So wrestling, that's where there's some volatility. Lacrosse, that's chill because everyone is wealthy and nobody's playing professionally.
Well, I could see how wrestling parents could get worked up because they're thinking their kid might get beat up or injured or something by somebody they may not like. I don't know that the lack of professional hopes is what drives parents crazy. Or thinking that your kid might be a professional in a lot of youth sports.
I think it's part of it. Like my kid is like, I want to make it the best possible way that they could get to college and play college athletics.
But there could be a distinction, right? Your dad was a tough coach, correct?
Yeah.
Tough on players' teams, but he didn't berate you as a son.
Berate? I mean, he would yell, but it wasn't
on your bike.
No, he would never know. He would never extend outside of practice or a game. He wasn't like in the car screaming at me.
It is hard though when your son's on the team because you can't go easy on him. That's a different dynamic
part of it.
too.
Is you kind of got to go a little harder so that they don't get that label on them.
Then he gets in the car. Sorry, Papers, just putting on a show.
I always knew what was going on. Hey, speaking of like lacrosse, not having much process, you guys know the story about Pat Spencer?
Doug, Pat Spencer.
I don't know the story.
He plays for the Golden State Warriors. He is widely regarded as one of the greatest lacrosse players of all time. He played college lacrosse for Loyola. He was unbelievable, set the lacrosse record for career assists, one of the best ever. Transferred after playing a little bit of Major League Lacrosse to Northwestern for a fifth year. Balled out and got drafted by the Warriors, and now he plays in the NBA.
Oh, really?
One of the greatest lacrosse players to ever play. It's unbelievable. Him and his brother both play in the NBA.
Jim Brown, perhaps the greatest NFL player of all time, was a great lacrosse player at Syracuse.
Was Jim Thorpe also a lacrosse player?
He did everything else, probably.
Lacrosse parents are chill because the parents have absolutely zero idea about the rules in St. Louis. I cannot stress this enough. St. Louis Hoosier parents know absolutely nothing about lacrosse, and they look like jackasses when they pretend that they do. Shut up, Papers. He is not. That's from Jugs in D.C.
I'm saying he's widely regarded as one of the greatest lacrosse players of all time.
Jugs in D.C., who usually gives us Atlantic 10 picks.
Also an expert on lacrosse.
College. I'll change that. College lacrosse players.
Real quick, Jugs, can you give me a little something on George Mason, which is in that DMV area-ish, right? Because they're looking pretty good.
They lost yesterday, didn't they?
But that's the Billikens' final game is at George Mason. I'd like a little preview. If we
didn't they just lose to Duquesne, or was that?
I don't know.
I think they did.
The Billiken athletic director will be here. Maybe we can crowdsource with him before.
Who won that basketball game?
They did. They lost to Duquesne.
There it is.
At
Look
home.
at Jackie Papers.
At home.
They got nicked. Okay.
Never mind. Bad loss for the Patriots.
Carlos Spicy Wiener says, I can attest to the proctologist's physical and analytical assessments. It's chill because a lot of the parents also never played and don't totally understand the game yet. Also pretty wealthy, so little Johnny can manage a hedge fund if lacrosse doesn't work out. And yes, Pat Spencer is amazing. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
All right.
I can attest, my daughter plays lacrosse. I don't know enough to yell at the refs.
No.
Haven't figured it out. A couple years in, haven't figured it out.
If Pat Spencer isn't the greatest lacrosse player of all time, who is?
One of
from Johns
any other name.
There's a guy, Mikey Rabel. Is that somebody?
Yeah, he's coaching in the Super Bowl, right?
Rabel?
Not Mike Rabel.
I bet Brody would have it for us.
Mike Rabel, Rebel.
He's the
CEO of Premier Lacrosse League. Yeah, he was really good, I think.
Gary Gate usually gets credited for his revolutionary style.
It's one of the Rabels. Rabel?
Duquesne's 9-1 in their last 10 against George Mason. That was easy money. It's from 636. Martin, you should have known that. That was easy money we left out there.
Johnny come lately there.
Jugs in D.C. is a moron who knows nothing about Atlantic 10 hoops. That's from Kwame Voyukis IV.
I think GW lost yesterday, too. The ever-flapping St. Joseph's Hawks.
No, right?
Yeah.
Chris May is going to be in studio with us coming up here.
We're going to make him flap his wings the entire segment.
In a matter of moments. And I guess, Doug, he's delivering the cash that he's paying us and the foam finger that Martin's getting for talking about St. Louis University.
And I've been promised diamonds.
Yes, Billiken Diamonds. And if you want two-part questions for the Billiken Athletic Director, because Martin, you said he deflects by saying, go Bills.
When it gets tough, when the tough gets going here, be ready for it. Go Bills.
You can send them in 314-399-9646. That is how you can participate in the program. And how about this? The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom says, my son was the best Cadasco has seen since the 96 season, #lacrosse. That's the self-made. So she had a great...
Her son was the best. The all-time greatest, of course. Sure he was.
She also says, shout out to Design Air. My help had them out to the estate for a little consultation, and they said they had never seen a property with so many HVAC units. I wish I was home so I could have measured up whichever handsome technician was near my boudoir.
Oh.
That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Man, she's aggressive.
It's a guy. It's a guy.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
Chris May joining us coming up in the next segment as we go into the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are also very grateful for the support of sponsors like Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of the podcast here on the program. Even though we are looking for a warm-up here, it's still super cold, and when it is cold, that's when garage doors break. You hear those springs snap, the door crashes to the ground, and many people, including myself, the first time it happened, go, oh my goodness, who do I call now? Well, the answer is you go to SchaeferDoor.com at SCHAEFER door.com. That's SchaeferDoor.com. Sponsor the podcast here on TMA and the 101 ESPN podcast. Call or text 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. It's Jason Gosrow and his business, Schaefer Door Company. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is garage door openers with strong, quiet, and versatile technology. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. Billiken Athletic Director Chris May in studio. Next, it's TMA 101 ESPN. It's last call for football, and FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today's 30% profit boost is around touchdowns. Shortest touchdown scored, longest touchdown scored, first touchdown, and last touchdown. Kenneth Walker has the best odds to score a touchdown at -185. But will he get the first touchdown? All you have to do is opt in each day and place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. On this program, we have been on a heater. Doug gave you the over on the Blues and Stars last night. That hit. Martin gave you Davidson plus 9.5. That hit by a half point. Martin, we make picks. The audience makes money. What are you going to make money on tonight?
I know this feels a little random, but I'm going to go to the association papers.
Oh.
We've got Motorcade, Detroit Pistons hosting the Washington Wizards, who just acquired Suitcase. Or no, what's his name?
Street Clothes.
Street Clothes.
David Davis.
Probably not going to suit up because he's going to need a little time to
won't be
get comfortable. Washington in the midst of trade season. They lost 9 in a row. Have rallied a little bit of late, but Detroit's favored by 14.5. Pistons looking at New York, Knicks, you got to keep some distance there in the East. I think Detroit beats the Wizards and covers the 14.5.
There it is. The play has been submitted. You can do so at FanDuel. Check it out. It is FanDuel. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Must be 21 and older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now throwable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The LA Clippers, Brooklyn Nets, and Toronto Raptors have agreed on a multi-team trade sending the point guard Chris Paul to the Raptors and Ochai Ajbi to 2032 Raptors second rounder in cash. The Nets, sources tell Shams Charania. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails as we broadcast from the Stiefel studios. And Doug, look on your right. You're going to notice the athletic director of St. Louis University is in here. It's Chris May.
That's
Good morning, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Good morning. Hey.
Welcome into the show.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
You got it.
Sharp look.
Get some good looking headwear on you guys.
Sharp look. Yeah. There's a nice look.
Is this a new? Is this just drop?
Just dropped in the last 2 weeks. You got students all over the campus wearing these new Billiken hats, so I figured you guys needed them.
Yeah, well, the thing that the audience has gotten hip to is you are paying us to talk about St. Louis University, and we are being paid, Doug, in headgear.
Yeah. Thought I might get some diamonds, but it turns out it's a hat, but that's fine.
This is just a rebound from TMA night. I didn't even know it was TMA night. Yes. And then after I heard it was TMA night, and we were going to have Jackson in the house in Chaffetz Arena, Ladue High School's finest here. I mean, it was a great night in Chaffetz.
How about that, Jackson? Ladue High School
brought it all together.
Finest. We were catching some texts from listeners who were unhappy with Jackson, because he wasn't wearing white at the Blizzard. But Jackson, what was your counter to the audience?
Yes. Awkwardly.
I apologize. He doesn't have a microphone.
I got an email from our guest in studio right now, Chris May, saying that he expected me to see me in the Billiken jersey that I was gifted and then said roll Bills. And so, ask and you shall receive. That's kind of my motto.
So there you go.
I missed it, but I heard he looked great. He looked great in his Billiken jersey.
No need to fear. I looked outstanding.
Clip that off.
There were paper sightings throughout the building. But, yeah, TMA night was a hit. I think that was the key.
Yeah, I think that probably was the key.
And Coach would probably admit that. You had to be a little shocked, though, just the way that game played out. I mean, I kept saying, I told my wife, you love the fact she's a Billiken, she's an alum.
Well, you outkicked your coverage for sure.
Clearly. And I kept saying, oh, don't worry, Dayton's going to make a run. Oh, don't worry. And it just never really happened. Unbelievable.
Well, they've got such a great storied program. You always think they're going to make a run. And it was just a night where the Billikens got after it from the start and never let up. And so it was one of those great nights. But it was a great week. I mean, the build up to that game, the students, the community, everybody was fired up and ready to go. We had students lined up there a couple hours before the game, and they were ready to go. And so it was a good night. The team obviously played well, and then it's on to the next. But it was we can't thank you guys enough for TMA night because it worked out pretty good.
It was just a nice little
Hopefully
thing.
the committee will take that into account, too.
Yeah, you would think that has to factor into the NCAA net rankings. Chris, you have been at St. Louis University since 2008. Now, the team in 2014, 4 seed, right? Got to a 4 seed.
Yeah, we had,
Yeah, but I sense that this team, and I'm sitting there going, I don't know what the reason is, has captured the market more so than any other team before. Now, I don't know if that premise is right. That's why I cite your 2 decades. But what do you think the reason is, if you do agree with the premise?
I think that premise. I mean, I've thought a lot about it, and that was a great run back then. And this team's a little different. It scores a lot of points. It's got a community who's really rallying fast around it. There's a lot of different reasons, I think, but clearly it's the toughest ticket we've ever had in Chaffetz Arena right now. I mean, we're going to announce a sellout today for the LaSalle game.
That's unbelievable.
We've got big games coming up. You got VCU coming in on a Friday night. You got Duquesne, who beat George Mason last night on a Saturday night, the 28th, I think it is.
So they did beat. So we have confirmed. Scores are unavailable to us here, Chris, so we were going to ask you if George Mason did lose.
They've got this thing called the internet, or you can get. There's a lot of different ways that I would think Jackson would deliver it for you guys, but
we could. We weren't sure if George Mason won or lost. We said we'll ask the AD when he gets here.
But you got a lot of those things coming into play. But Tim, it's a great question. I think the way this team plays and the way there's different guys who step up. You got 4 or 5 different guys that can go on a heater at any different minute, and that's really what's happened. And so there's been a lot of excitement, and you can just feel the building.
I think also it's a combination of the personality of the head coach, and then the players. I've told this story, after the game on Friday night, we're down there, and Robbie goes out there with McCautry and Deion Brown, and they just start getting work in, and they just won by 30 points, and it's a Friday night, and they're college students.
Yeah, there is a work ethic with this group. I guarantee you there were guys at the gym at 7 this morning getting shots off, and there will be guys in there tonight at 10. There is a work ethic with this group that I haven't seen before, and you could see it in June. When they showed up on June 1, there was a collective work ethic, and it's really led by Robbie. Robbie does not get the credit that he really deserves. He has done an unbelievable job of leading. His numbers, the other night he missed a couple shots early, takes the ball to the hole, starts dishing. He has led with the most grace that I've ever seen a college kid. Wow. I've never seen it before. I've never seen a leader like him in any sport do what he's doing. And I think when you have your leader setting the tone, that's a great message. And I think the other thing you bring up, this is a very accessible group. Josh is a man of the people. He is unbelievably great in the community, in the media, communicating the message and the story. And his guys are good at it. And so I think when you have those two pieces, it helps grow. I saw we're 15th in the net this morning. Yeah. And that's going to continue to, if we could continue to play well, there's great things ahead for this team.
Can he expense the Humphreys bar bill? Is that, he's a man of the people.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay,
but,
all right, that might be pushing it.
God bless him out there being with our people.
All right, so you talk about the net, the rankings, all of those things are great, but we know the current climate in the NCAA tournament. The big schools all seem to get the nod. How do you measure that? You hate to just say, well, win the A-10 tournament, which they may well do, but how do you view that in terms of, and what can you do, I guess, other than worry about getting into the tournament?
Yeah, you don't worry about it. You just keep working every day to get better, and you help when you got a team and you got a coaching staff like this. From my position, all you do is you roll your sleeves up every day and help put them in the best position to win. This team has a shot to make a major run in March. They just do. And nobody's going to want to line up. If we can stay healthy, knock on my head, we got a great shot to have a good March. And so there's no guarantees in this deal, but you like your chances. You got a lot of really good pieces. And you got a team put together. I think Josh did as good, if not better, job than anyone I've seen in putting the pieces of the puzzle together that other people might not have thought those pieces of the puzzles worked at other places. Mm-hmm. You got Trey Green, who I think leads the country in three-point percentage, brilliant shooter.
Close to 50%.
Who it didn't work at Xavier, right? You got Ishan Sharma, who was at Virginia, that it just didn't work. And so you got a lot of these pieces that Josh's secret sauce might be that he can really identify talent and put those pieces together.
Can I ask the question everyone's wondering about?
Sure.
Is how are you going to hang on to shirts long term?
Well, I think when you have mutual objectives and you're working towards how you build sustained success over the long haul, which he and I talk about on a daily basis, you like your chances. He's a gifted guy. But he, except for his stops here at TMA that get a little rough on him. He really enjoys St. Louis. He and his family are doing great, and he knows that this type of job can be really special. And you ask him, but we talk about it all the time. These level jobs, you can make runs and you can do unbelievably special things in a community. And there's many examples of people going into other opportunities that really don't work out well.
I've had more people, and Martin and Doug and I were talking about this over the weekend. In particular, I think it was the perfect storm last week, Chris. You have the thrilling comeback against George Washington that leads into Friday night, and then that kind of performance. Coming up and talking about Billiken basketball when we're out in public, I don't recall anything like that in our time doing this show and television. and people ask about Coach shirts. And he was in studio, and he's been in studio multiple times, as you made reference to. And the first time he was in, we were getting to know him, and he told the story, which I'm sure you're familiar with, about how after being at Lincoln Memorial for how many years? 12 years? Was that what it was?
I think more than that, but I don't know the exact number.
More than that, right, Martin? Yeah. So he's driving up to interview at Indiana State, and he turns around.
Right.
Because after 12 years at a D2 program, he didn't want to leave. And it was the president of Lincoln Memorial said, you got to take this shot. And that's why he interviewed there. He has the success there. You hire him and bring him in. And when I tell that story, I tell the story when people ask about him and the possibility of St. Louis University keeping him, because I think that gives you an indication of who he is.
There's no question. He's a fascinating, brilliant basketball coach. And he's also an amazing reader of communities and people. And I think Josh is very, very focused on how can he build a program that can sustain success over the long haul and build something special. And that's what we talk about. We've talked about how do we build this. We talk about what the model is. So many people would say the model is X, Y, Z. The model for Josh, and I agree with him totally, is Villanova. The model is we can build that here. They did it in a great city in Philly. Jay Wright did a great job there. We can do that here. We can build that type of program because there's great players that come out of here. We have an unbelievably supportive community that what's so exciting is how you can feel it just building and building as we speak. You talk being out in the community. I was just stopped in at the Starbucks for a quick meeting this morning, and I sit down, and this woman goes, "Are you having fun yet?" I go, "Yeah, I'm having a blast." She goes, "I'm a season ticket holder." I said, "Well, tell me your story." And her name's Kathleen Springler. And she goes, "Yeah, I'm the most popular person in the office." She goes, "We've got tickets. We're not Billikens, but we're college basketball. We're there all the time." She goes, My husband's the one that sits down behind the basket that has the wardrobe malfunction at times. He wears a sweatshirt from another place. I won't name where." She goes, "I'll have that fixed by Saturday." But you can tell there's just a community that's really fired up about it. But back to Josh, we are very focused on how we build something that can sustain. And I think you'll have him back. I think he believes, and I believe, we both believe, that together we can do that here, that we can build something truly special for the long haul. And I think we got pieces growing in place that can do that.
Do you feel confident your relationship with him is strong enough he wouldn't leave without at least talking to you and saying, "Hey, I've got, they're coming hard after me. You know, I don't want to go," or whatever it is? Do you think, like, you're not going to get a call in the middle of the night from his agent saying, "Hey, he's going"?
You build relationships with people that, you work through all those things. But, Josh is, his total focus, as ours is right now, is this team right now. And we've talked about that. We'll talk about those things, when the season's over. But we are singularly focused on how we help serve this team to make a major run here in March. First in February, but then in March. Fortunately, we're in good position right now, but we got to get ready for LaSalle. And LaSalle is what's great about it is when you're part of these runs and programs, now every game just multiplies on how big it is. And some people say, "Yeah, it's LaSalle." No, this is a monster game for our program right now. And so we are totally focused on Saturday at 2:00.
So coaches, I think, they just want to win. And you can win at St. Louis U. There's resources, and we've always talked about it. A little bit of a sleeping giant. You can get the town excited about it. The struggle now is the NCAA and getting bids and the A-10, and it's all going to the SEC and the Big Ten, all of that. So people then say, "Okay, can you get into the Big East?" Now, there was a report, it's a troll account, and he said, "Oh, they went to the Big East, and they were told, sorry, you're not a legacy program like DePaul." On the surface, the story looked like dog crap, and it was obviously it was. It's the middle of the season. What conversations have there been, or where does that conversation sit?
Well, there's the most important thing we can do about conference realignment is win and win big. Okay, the A-10 has been great to us. It's been really good to us. We're focused on winning championships. Well, at the same time, you're always looking at how do you grow your program. No question. Val Ackerman is well aware of the St. Louis Billikens. Okay. Has been for a long time.
Commissioner of the Big East.
Has been for a long time. And they're going to do what's best for them. What we can do is continue to grow and build our program. And it starts with men's basketball. How do we put that program in the absolute best position? So at a time when people are starting to consider conference realignment, the first place they look is what's going on in St. Louis. And then they look at the other programs. Do you have your soccer's going to college cups? Do you have all those things? Do programs have an infrastructure that fit? Do their institutions and programs fit? You're working on all. Do you have the facilities? All that stuff. And so we feel good about where we are. We feel good about where we are in the A10, but we got to keep focused on the moment of today, and then the rest of it will play itself out.
Were you aware Senator Schmidt was going to take an active role? Did he tell you, hey, by the way, I'm going to go public with this? And I didn't realize. I knew he was from Truman State. I didn't realize he went to law school.
He's a Billiken. He is a Billiken. Senator Schmidt is a great friend of St. Louis University alum, friend of ours, friend of mine. It's great when you have leaders who really passionately want to help you in any way they can. And so couldn't be more proud to have him on the team, and him and he supporting the Billikens, and he's supporting St. Louis University. He is a institutional supporter, that he is for whatever's good for St. Louis University, whether it's our research, whether it's our great Chaffetz School of Business, or the law school. And so he is a proud alum and unbelievably supportive of our university, and a close friend of our athletic program.
What is the process, though? This would be my last Big East question, because I want Marquette coming here once a year.
You haven't been told go Bills yet.
Yeah, I haven't. Usually the text ends with go
roll
Bills.
Roll Bills.
I'm
Come
sorry.
on, roll
When
Bills.
he does not want to answer my question, the text back is always roll Bills. Roll Bills. Mosaic would just text me something like, hope you're well. I'm like, that wasn't the question. But what is...
I'm going to text you right now.
Roll Bills. What is for any team, let's just say any team that's interested in potentially a different conference or thinks it's a good fit, what is the process? Do you wait to hear from them, or is it smart to advocate and say, hey, listen, here's our resume, here's why it would make sense, what does it cost? I mean, how does that play out for any school?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it takes both sides to want to dance. Right. I feel like I'm talking like Rick back in the day, right? Yeah. There's always advocating going on. Again, we can't take our eye off of the focus today, but there's always advocacy happening. But when no different than the A10, when we're looking at conferences and membership, you have a membership committee. The membership committee is nonstop looking at membership. Do we need to be bigger, smaller? There's people looking at that all the time in all conferences. There's not a conference in the country that isn't doing that. So that process is happening at once, and there's readily easy information for people to get. I mean, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is 15th in the net and 16 wins in a row, and us to keep feeding that program to compete at the highest of levels. That's what moves the needle. Anytime conference realignment, look at conferences, look at how they add, they look at who can deliver sustained success for the long haul that can grow their enterprise. That's what they do.
How about the money in the game? Rick Pitino.
I thought the last one was the last question.
That was the last one about the Big East.
Oh, okay.
I got one. Okay, moving on. Chris May, athletic director, is here, although he just started his car, I think, from his clicker. The car's ready.
Warm up.
Rick Pitino said, for the Big East, even, to hang with some of the bigger programs. He said, we're going to need about a $9 million budget. Kelvin Sampson, Houston's got a great program. He said last night, I don't know if we're going to be able to hang in there money-wise. Just big picture, all the programs, how is there going to be enough money there when we're talking about signing classes and portal players? Are you concerned about disparity in college basketball?
Well, you're always concerned about disparity, but I am very... confident and encouraged by where we are and the direction we're going. I feel great about where we are. I feel great about the pieces we have in place, and we know you're as good as your community and your environment can help you be. And we have incredible support. When you see sellouts of LaSalle and you see all of these pieces, you can see all the bars rising across the board, and that's what puts you in position to be in the rev share NIL space. Josh would be the first person to tell you coaching's really important, but you got to have the players. and we have we're aggressive in that space, and we feel good. The best part is, as Josh, I'm sure, has told you a million times, it's about how you recruit, develop, and retain. And in this, with our team right now, you could have 11 players back. And if we have 11 players back, we're going to have a pretty salty team next year. And so our focus is, how do we do that? How do we do that in the best possible way to deliver a high-level, nationally competitive program for St. Louis University? And I like the direction we're going.
This is a macro question that one could interpret as being directional, but it's not. It's macro question. Does a conference's television deal preclude it from making moves to bring people in if it's not set, or if it doesn't end until, let's say, 2029?
No.
Okay. That's good. It's an answer, and it was an answer that was direct. Thank you. I didn't get roll bills.
I think you kind of did.
I
give him roll bills.
But everything is negotiable, I would say.
Correct. I mean, those are loose limiting factors. Those aren't. Okay. Those are never.
That doesn't keep it from.
I have not seen that in many different ways. There, people get creative if they want to get something done.
I like how Tim's hypothetical also kind of mirrored the Big East TV contract.
Those are your words. That might be a coincidence.
I believe they kind of mirrored that.
Other conferences have television contracts.
Yeah, I know. But I think the year. I thought it was matching to half.
I'll say the thing about what Eric Schmidt, and this is something that and we had him in, and people were like, oh, you're going to talk politics. We weren't talking politics. We were talking NIL. We were talking, and then his letter to the Big East. But the thing that Eric and I are united on, and I think a lot of other people are, Chris, and it doesn't matter where you view the world politically, is what St. Louis University can be is essentially another team, a major force in the St. Louis market to benefit our region's self-esteem. You can be a fan of Missouri, you can be a fan of Illinois, but you can also be a fan of St. Louis University and it becoming another signature season on the St. Louis sports calendar. And that's what so much of this is about as we see it play out.
I think that's a big part of what it's about. This is this has the ability to be more than just about SLU basketball. And that's what's been as gratifying as any, is to see the whole community really excited, encouraged by what it can do for St. Louis. And, we've heard from people from all the sports teams, coming to the games and being part of it and feeling like they can be part of it. And that's what's exciting, is if we can help be a part of that, if we can help be part of what St. Louis, what our great city and region and what you can bring to that table, now you're doing something special. And I think we have pieces in place that if we can continue to execute on that, we can do that on an annual basis in the winter. And if we can do that along with what the Blues bring in the hockey space, if we can bring that in the basketball space here, it can be truly something special for our city. And that's when you're really moving the needle. When you can do that and you can support the great things that are happening at SLU, educating 13,000, 14,000 young people. But when it can take that piece and really elevate our city, now you're doing something special.
It's clear you've got the student fan base jazzed up, because in years past I've been to games where I wondered, where are the students? There's a lot of tall old guys here, but where are the students? But they are there now in big numbers.
They're there. We might have had our swimmers there a little early, working on their prep the other night, but the students are fired up about it, and they are really encouraged. And what it brings, the energy, Tim, just what you were talking about in our city, what it's bringing to our campus. Yeah. There is a bounce, there is a buzz going on, and the other piece that's neat is, so we pulled a win at Davidson the other night, rolled in at 2:00, and I got the report last night that Amari McCautry was in class at 9 a.m. And so what we have is we got a bunch of kids who are totally engaged with their other classmates at St. Louis University, and when you have that. Yeah. That helps immensely bring the whole deal up too. So you got a bunch of kids walking around campus with these blue hats on that we're bringing you guys, and Martin's going to wear it right after I send him a roll bills. And you've just got some energy, and you've got what a successful athletic program and basketball team can do for a campus, what you can do for a city, and that's what we're focused on.
And I really hope, and you mentioned Amari McCautry, he's in his second year. Kellen Thames been there for a few years. I hope they all stay, because that kind of continuity for a fan base is just absent these days when everything is like new guy. Like, wow, can we keep a guy for 3-4 years? I hope they can, because especially the kids who came there initially, if they stay, I love to see that.
That's the challenge and the great opportunity, because if you can keep a group like that together, that are skilled, that are finding ways to play at a high level together, you got something really magical. And we think we've got a great shot to do that. But again, our focus is on Saturday at 2 o'clock against LaSalle.
Final question for you. Doug is obsessed with bracketology.
I'm not.
Joe Lenardi. Does Lenardi come on with you guys?
He should.
Has he ever been on?
For as much as a fan, Doug.
I'm going to hit him today and say, I got you guys.
Yes,
I got you guys.
And I'm sure you've noticed he's got the Billikens playing in St. Louis, and then the potential second-round matchup with Illinois. Wouldn't that just be something else if the NCAA tournament says, how do you do? Come on home to St. Louis and play at Enterprise Center.
There wouldn't be anything better than that, but we just need to keep playing and get in. But it's fun. I mean, I know Joe well. What's amazing is what he has created. He created bracketology, and now everybody's got their brackets, right?
And they even call it. Other people that do it call it bracket.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating.
You need to get that trademark.
It's fascinating, but he does do. He's darn close to right on a regular basis now. Location.
He's got you playing New Mexico.
Yeah.
He's making it up.
Well, they should be doing some scout work on New Mexico tonight.
Yep.
Well, there's probably about 70 different teams you should be doing scout work on, but our scout work's on LaSalle. But Tim, whatever we can do to get into the tournament and then go win and make a run, that's what our focus is. And how do we do that on an annual basis? And you know what? God bless it, if somehow we could find a way to play at Enterprise, there wouldn't be anything better. It'd be a fascinating step in this journey of Billiken basketball. But right now, you're on a run. Josh and his staff and this team are doing some great special work. And what's really fun is this community is rallying around them and connecting with them. And so I feel great about what we could do over the long haul with this group.
That's Athletic Director Chris May, Athletic Director at St. Louis University since 2008. And what a moment this is on that timeline with what is going on with the Billiken basketball program and the soccer program and the way that St. Louis University has captivated this market. Chris, thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate the time and the conversation.
Always a pleasure. Per Martin, roll Bills.
Roll Bills. There it is. Martin's putting the hat on.
Put the hat on.
That's what we're talking about. Martin's put that, Chris. We appreciate it. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Nina, 99 Luft Balloons, 1984?
That sounds right.
Is this the American version or the Deutsch
I
version?
just don't know. We'll have to wait till we hear.
I think it's the Deutsch version.
No. You won't know until the synthesizer and percussion ends, but you'll know right away because she'll say either 99 red balloons or 99 Luft balloons.
Okay.
You think Luft means red in Deutsch?
It must.
And there's
That's
that
Latin.
blues player they keep calling up named Luft. He's like with Hugh McGing, which they sound AI-generated. Army's getting AI-generated players.
Yeah, there you go, Doug. 99 Shush Luft balloons.
I like this song.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know
It
what
went
the
back
hell
and
it's
forth
about.
with Thriller at the charts in 84. Remember
Did
that?
it really? Yeah.
Girls Just Want to Have Fun with Captain Lou Albano in the
yes.
music video.
And I always
Cindy
hated the
Lauper.
rubber band around his little
Man, what was that
goatee.
about?
Like,
This song's also in Boogie Nights.
Oh, yeah.
When Alfred Molina
so there is a
is
theme.
coked out of his mind and the guy's throwing firecrackers.
And so many of these singers from Europe also release the English version. I guess you wonder how they can sing so well in English if it's a
Do you have another example
second
of
or
that?
third language.
I don't have any other examples.
Well, like the guys from ABBA, they were from where, Sweden or somewhere, and sang perfect English.
Most of Europe speaks English as well.
What about Dar Commissar?
Who?
Falco?
No,
Amadeus?
Was it the song and the band called Dar Commissar? Like Dar
Falco
Commissar.
Amadeus, I believe, was not. I think Amadeus was also in a German version. We'll talk more about it on QFTA, the 6-hour edition. You can always email in for QFTA. T. McKernan at Inside STL. A lot of feedback on the Chris May interview. Doug, I hate to do it, but this is back-to-back days with compliments.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Great interview. Now, I still want SLU to lose out and never make an NCAA tournament again,
Hey.
but I don't think I want them to shutter the program anymore. That's from Ed Time, from the brothers' time, Steven and Ed, and I believe Ed is a passionate Missouri fan, and he wanted to see them shutter the program,
Why?
and now he doesn't want to see them do it because he enjoyed Chris May on the program.
Yeah. What's not to like about the Billikens right now?
Ed Time, call in 314-974-0101. Doug, golden earring is Dutch. That's from Jackson's Beer Pool.
Okay, I'll write that down. Thanks.
And they had Radar Love and then Twilight Zone, both for Golden Earring.
Joined mid-conversation and could have sworn that was Bradford, as in Bradford Bruns?
Ooh. I guess looks-wise, maybe a little bit, but not in voice, I wouldn't say.
I assume that he was talking about voice.
Yeah, or maybe he's talking about Sam Bradford.
I enjoyed the conversation. I mean, I really enjoyed the conversation. I love those kinds of interviews. And I thought he gave us more than, and not because, like, he is notoriously, I don't know what the right word would be, but, not answering questions. But because it's a tough spot when you're an athletic director at an A-10 school and we're asking, 4 or 5 questions about a different conference. That's a tough spot for anybody to answer.
You don't want to be a jerk about the A-10.
Right.
And talk crap on them.
Yeah, right. So I thought
it's
he handled
perfect,
it well.
actually.
Right.
That, like a Schmidt would, it's actually better that somebody like that advocates that's on the outside, so you don't have to say it. But I agree with you. I think he was as open as he can be on that topic.
It's a great thing what's happening, and I thought that the answer with regard to, here you have a team in 2026 that I would say it's unlikely gets to a 4 seed, but it's certainly possible. It's not like it's impossible. Doug, you like arbitrary percentages? What percentage would you say that the Billikens get to a 4 or better seed for the 2026 NCAA tournament?
4 or better. I'd say that's about 25%.
Oh, okay, that's higher than I would go.
What about Predictionary for our Billiken seed?
Jackie Papers?
Okay.
Would you like to do? Do you like that as a? You're the key.
No, I can open
You're
it
the
up.
keeper of the gate. You
I am.
like that
I
as
am.
a topic?
I do.
What percentage would you give on a 4 or better? And the reason I bring that up is because of 2014.
Right. There is some recent precedent.
Right.
And then Oregon was a 12. They knocked off the 5. They were waiting
Dangerous
for the
12.
Bills. Yeah.
Just like Bazzori in 2002.
I think there is a chance they run the table and have a real gaudy record at the end of the season.
And if they do that, they are playing in St. Louis. There's just no way that if they finish whatever the record would be at that point, 30-some-odd and 1, that they're not playing in St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm going to give you 30% on that.
That they're a 4 or better.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think because of the possibility here to just keep this thing rolling, then you're, not that ranking has anything to do with it, but if you're kind of a top 14, 15, you're kind of in that group of 16 going into the committee's vote, I think there's a chance.
All right.
30% is
Let me
still
go to a gentleman by the name of Jackson Papers.
Jackson. Can I see your license, son?
So what was that was the team that went to, got a 4 seed was what 2013, 2014.
Yeah, that's I believe is referenced. Are you on the text lag right now?
I'm trying to see if what their schedule was like and if they had like a major win.
So you're looking at the 2013, 2014 Billikens.
Their resume.
Yes.
You like to do a blind resume? And that team had a pretty gaudy record, but I would say
they
it
had
was
a win at Vanderbilt. They lost.
Was that Kevin Stallings?
They had a
Was that Jerry Stackhouse?
They beat Oral Roberts, who probably actually had a pretty decent season that year. I would say the 6th seed is likely, and I would say the likelihood of 4 or better is in the 5 to 8% range.
Okay,
Ooh.
I was going to say 10%. Because I just feel like I mean, listen, what's happened against George Washington Davidson is wonderful, and it's great that they've gotten those tests here, 2 out of the last 3 games. But I just don't know how at some point they don't get clipped, and I think then that'll be used against them pretty substantially because of the fact that the wins aren't against great teams. Gonzaga, by the way, dropped from 5 to 9 with that loss last night to Portland. And I think if you're wanting to look for a comp just in this season, certainly not over the last 25 years, it's Gonzaga without big wins this season. And so they were ready to bounce them. And that's what happened last night after their loss. They went from 5 to 9. Point being, I think St. Louis University, in order to get a top 4 seed, I mean, it absolute worst has to lose 1 game.
And that's why I would say 30%. Not likely, but there's a shot.
Oh, I would put it in the 10% to 12%.
Seems like they could go quite a distance either way. If they lose a game to a subpar opponent, everyone's going to be
everybody is going to be a subpar opponent.
Yeah, but if they lose one of those, people are going to be saying, see, they're not really that good. And if they win them all and they wind up 31, 32-1, people are going to say, wow, that's got to be a great team.
I would say then, Jackson, I know you're active over there in Predictionary right now, but
Still doing a deep dive on the 2014 Billikens.
Ball knowers are kind of separating themselves from the casual fans with this 2026 Gonzaga team. Ball knowers have been shorting the Gonzaga market in a major way this season. And I think their one big challenge, they played Michigan. Don't get me wrong, Michigan, they're a bucket, Doug, or are they a wagon?
They're a wagon.
I don't know what they are.
And they got beaten badly and don't have great wins. But saying that this just isn't a great Gonzaga team, but people think of Gonzaga and they just think they're always good. This one isn't great. And so drop down they do very quickly, 4 spots from 5 to 9, which moves Illinois up, by the way, from 6 to 4 after they absolutely skull pound Northwestern last night. So St. Louis U is now 15, and they moved ahead of BYU after BYU's 3rd straight loss last night. For the record, the Fighting Tigers are at 68, moving up from 70 yesterday. There you go.
Ways to go still.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But if you get, I mean, like Chris May said, you run the table, they're playing in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case.
If they run the table, then you probably are
now,
a 4.
If we're talking run the table, that means run it through the regular season and win the A-10 tournament. Yeah, then they're playing St. Louis.
Yes.
And then the possibility of a 5 or maybe even a 4 enters into the conversation.
Okay, which leads us to Predictionary. I'm going to say, I want to be right, but I'm going to say 7.
Yep.
If they get that low, then there's a good chance they wouldn't have to run into an Illinois in round 2, right?
If they are a 4, they would run into them then possibly in the Sweet 16 at Tornay.
Yeah, and if they're like a 7, then they could run into them quicker than that.
If Illinois is a 2.
Which I would say, as of right now, anything lower than 2 then for Illinois would be a disappointment.
Would you rather be a 3 and not play in St. Louis? Because, you know, Illinois, assuming that they continue on this trajectory, they're going to be here. And then, I don't know if Purdue's starting to fall out of the likelihood of being here. Michigan State. But I would think Michigan State, Michigan State lost last night to Minnesota. Iowa State's talked about as being a potential St. Louis target. So, but would you rather be a 7 here or a 4 and then play in Buffalo?
Probably a 7 here.
Oh, I think I'd rather be a 4.
I think you'd want to play at home.
That means I asked an awesome question. I'm so excited about my talent.
Yeah, you'd like to play at home. There's a lot, but if you run into a team like Illinois in the second round, I'm sorry. I just don't see that working out great for the Bills. If your idea is to get to the second round, the second weekend, you're going to want to be as high as possible.
What is your predictionary,
6.
Jackson?
I got 6.
I said 7. Doug, what do you think their seed will be? We've got them going to the tournament at this point. Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I think they're going to be in.
I'll say there'll be a 6 also.
Okay.
God, I really want them here in St. Louis. I'll tell you that in a major way.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
God, what a moment that would be. But I have to answer the question. I think somehow they lose a game. And I do have to say somehow. I will go with the 6.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think that's solid.
No chance of a 4. First 4 out, maybe. That's some Pele Blanco.
It's just tough, and the quad 1 wins are also fluid, so schools can fall out of quad 1 wins, they can fall into quad 1 wins, but right now having the 2-0 quad 1, that could be 1 quad 1 win, and if you're the committee, you're probably not putting a team with 1 quad 1 victory and top 4 seed.
I love Illini and SLU basketball right now. I wish Jackson wasn't a Mizzou fan so he could be happy too. That's from the Tin Man.
I am happy, and Missouri has still a pretty decent shot to get into the tournament. So as much as people like to say that Gates is done and this team stinks, they might not be great, but they still have a chance to get in the tournament.
Nothing like 3 hours of basketball talk. It's horrible. Soft sports indeed.
Gosh.
That's from Bob Wagon.
Sure, we'll talk about the hockey team. That is just the oof.
Watch it. Watch it.
Oh, Bill. Oh, Bill. Hope you guys didn't just jinx him. It's the 636.
Yeah. That's
What, are supposed to not pay attention to a team that's on a roll like this?
Yeah, that's it.
You want Flacco? You want some?
Oh.
Is that for Doug?
No, it's for the combined last 2 texts. Poor
Upset
showing.
that we're talking about Billiken basketball.
Crazy. I love college hoops, man. What a great sport.
Fun time right now, too.
It's such a great sport.
Because it's not like Mizzou's bad. They're a bubble-type team,
Yeah,
and then
they're
the
a bubble
other
team.
2 are having great years.
Right, and Illinois is having maybe, this could be a legacy year.
I'm telling you.
What they do, watch one of their
It
games.
is unbelievable. And they're still without their whole allotment
Yeah.
because Boswell's not back. I mean, it's... And you sit there and go, okay, well, they lost 3 games. I wasn't really paying attention to college basketball. Who'd they lose to? 3 tournament teams.
Yeah.
And that's a credit to what they did with their non-conference. They did play Texas Tech and beat them. They lost to Alabama by 4. And that game was up in Chicago back in November. Beat Tennessee when they were number 13 in the country. The biggest discrepancy as far as a win and loss of 2 games. I'm sorry, they've lost. It was UConn.
That was in New York.
That was in New York on November 28th.
And then the Huskers nicked them at
74-61.
home.
They have the second most
Huskers
quad
at
1
home.
wins.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, on that late 3.
Yeah, they have the second most quad 1 wins with 7. The leader is Arizona with 9. They've played tied for the most quad 1 games. Or I'm sorry, no, Kansas has 1 more. But they've played an unbelievable schedule and have looked like titans throughout it.
And here is what their weekends have looked like, by the way. They were at Iowa on January 11th. 2 weeks later, they were at Purdue and won at Mackey Arena. Then the next week, and I realized that Big Ten schedulers probably never thought this would be the case, but at Nebraska became a signature game. They win there for a team that started the week in Nebraska undefeated, but then lost at Ann Arbor and then at home to Illinois. And then this week on Saturday, it's 7 o'clock on Fox. They are at Michigan State. Michigan State, be intriguing to see how they come back after losing last night at Minnesota. The following week, they take on Indiana. I know Indiana is in the bubble category right now. The following week, they go to Jackson's guy, McKernan. And then the signature game in February, outside of Kansas hosting Arizona, is Illinois hosting Michigan on Friday, February 27th. That will be a Jim Dandy. So how about the weekends for the Illini? And then what they're doing. I mean, they're just pounding teams. God almighty, 84-44 last night.
And getting that Andrej Stojakovic going again. He was hot early in the year. Wagler's kind of taken over, but they're going to be much higher level than SLU, but same idea. You have a lot of different weapons who can have a big night. Somebody can have a quiet night. You got a lot of different options. I look at the Billikens last night. They have had 8 different leading scorers this season.
Your mom's lesbian lover says, I'm just glad we have something positive to mull over here in St. Louis. Bob Wagon needs to stop skipping his anger management sessions. Doug, that's your mom's lesbian lover.
No, my mom didn't have a lesbian lover.
Well, I don't know why this person would lie.
Oh, I don't know either.
I love when the virgin gets jaded. It's like the plowboys in that body and running around here. Give me more pale. That's from Gus Chiggin's prospecting party.
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
I think Papers had a big week, just kind of quietly below the radar, just big week.
Thanks, man.
Well, the Billikens are surging. The Illini are surging. And Jackson's got a quiet week until the boys head to Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah.
And then Jackson starts surging. Then we head down to Jupetown. And all of a sudden, it's a pony. We're down there ball striking.
Oh,
I just got an invite during the commercial break to play PGA National. You interested in that, Papers?
Absolutely. Oh, my God. I've been...
Me and you can play heads up again, and I can get video just like we did last year.
Ooh, that was
we
fun.
played with Adam Long's father. Was that at East Point? They played, and Jackson had a hybrid.
That was a horrible shot that I was able to capture on video.
Doug tried stealing my hybrid just moments before that. It was just sitting in his bag.
Any club will do.
It looks like Tuesday the 17th we'll be down in Jupetown, and the Billikens play at Rhode Island. A little watch party maybe that night.
Oh, wow.
That Abbey Rocco's Tacos, Taco Tuesday.
Abbey Road is gone. We need a new watch spot.
Maybe on our back porch with our putting green and pool.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that house is sick. I'm going to be honest with you. Jackson, going to do like a reality show from the house?
I'm just thinking about Rocco's Tacos right now.
Oh, how do you do?
Tacos are my favorite food.
Tableside guacamole.
I don't need tableside guacamole.
Oh,
make it in the kitchen.
Fine, I'll eat it.
Tableside guacamole.
Don't charge me more just because you made it standing next to me. They do the same thing in the kitchen.
Yeah, but it's tableside now.
Well, so how does it taste any better?
Because the avocado's as fresh as the day's long.
They squeezed the lime right in front of your
look at
eyeballs.
that lime.
I'm not
it's all
impressed.
over my chest now.
I hope I don't have any open sores.
Just do it in the kitchen and don't charge me so much.
You ever squeeze a lime and you have a little cut on your finger?
Sure.
Hell.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I'm actually surprised you would eat guacamole.
Oh, I love guacamole.
Seems a little extreme for
It's
you.
a superfood.
Avocados are very good for you.
Healthy fats.
Mr. Siders says a 100 at PGA National will look nice on your gin app, pal.
Who said that?
Mr. Siders, who you played in the Fan Page Club Championship.
All right. Just know I'm coming, baby.
So the number is set at 99.5?
This might be the summer of Jack. I'm just saying that. I'm just putting it out there in the world.
Okay.
This might be the summer of Jack.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we play the champion course where they host the Cognizant Classic, it would be an accomplishment.
Is that Pete Dye design where it's all like the fairways wrap around those water?
It's just a brutal course to score well on for.
I left there in tears a couple years ago.
Oh, you played that thing? Did we play that?
Yeah, we played
champion course,
and I left in tears.
I mean, the greens they have firmed, and then usually it's windy down there at this time, and you're carrying water.
It's a lot of sand.
I'm not. Yeah, getting the under on Siders, that'd be a nice accomplishment.
I think that's possible, but we'll see. I've been on the shelf for a couple months.
That's why I'm saying maybe you go down there in July and you could fire even par or something.
That'd probably be cheap.
Yeah. Well, all right, Doug, we'll schedule that too. Okay. Email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email day is coming up next. This is TMA 101 Speed.
Village Bar for lunch, dinner, happy hour this weekend, this evening. Games are always on. Meeting your friends, taking your family. Menu's awesome. Best cheeseburger in town, reasonably priced. Get the wings while you're up there, those waffle fries. And then on Saturday, make sure and stop by for the tasting room for 1879 Distilling. Again, on Saturdays, they open it up. noon to 5. You can sample the product. We've had some listeners text in, said they did it, loved it. It's right there at the Village Bar. It's just connected on the east side of the building. It's a cool spot, little speakeasy, gift shop. It's hard to describe it, man. It's a cool little spot. Noon to 5 Saturdays, you can sample these award-winning spirits being made out back inside the barn. 1879distilling.com. Read the story. And also the list of all the products. Red Barn vodka, all the different flavors. Red Barn vodka, 1879 bourbon, 1879 rye. So many great tastes. Sample them Saturdays, noon to 5 when the tasting room's open. All of it happening right there at the Village Bar.
Miley Mile? Is it her birthday papers?
No, just having some fun.
Oh.
Again, Tim.
You know.
It's a wide delta what this kid will do.
It's Bobby Brown, we're playing him because it's his birthday. Miley Mile, you just wanted to hear it.
Yeah, we can't stop, Doug.
No.
You played James Taylor because he was tall the other day?
Yeah.
6'3".
Listen to this. You enjoying this?
It's not horrible.
Doug, we can't stop.
Okay.
When producer Joe fought one of his many storied boxing matches, Martin, and I'm sure you were watching it probably on the pay-per-view, Iggy and Larry Nickel on the call.
I'll say that again.
Iggy, Larry Nickel on the call
So
of producer Joe's boxing matches from what I believe was PT Sports Cabaret in Sauget, Illinois.
And they wore
You are looking live.
So you're telling me Jim Lampley and Larry Merchant weren't available?
No, but they were wearing gold sports coats, just like the guy from Wide World of Sports.
Okay.
That's correct. That they returned the next day as we were working through budget issues.
That's fair. Wear a sport coat one time to a smoke-filled strip joint and return it. That's fair.
And Iggy was doing some analysis as the bout was delayed. I think there were some final negotiations going on. And he looked for his broadcast partner, and his broadcast partner was receiving a lap dance. But I guess that'll happen on live
HBO
telecasts
all the time.
Larry, you can call in with stories of that. Or Iggy, if you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Alan Dadeville is going to be here to receive his check for his prize for winning the Design Aire Heating and Cooling Email of the Month. Coming up here in this 10 o'clock hour, and we will have the Design Aire Heating and Cooling Email of the Day for you in a matter of moments for February 5th, 2026. As always, you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You want a question or comment read on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Anything, doesn't have to be sports, is welcome. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Now, if you get an email read on the program that Doug finds to be vile, you get suspended in the Appliance Discounters suspension logule. Appliance Discounters, a longtime TMA sponsor. Great to have him back as the sponsor of the suspension logule. I have done business with John and Denise Bradley so many times over the years. And TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 locations. They are in Afton. They are in Baldwin. They are in Concord Plaza. They are in Earth City. They are in Maplewood. They are in St. Charles. Or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. theappliancediscounters.com, sponsor of the suspension logule here on TMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Aire Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Doug, here we go.
Yeah, it's exciting.
After silencing my alarm clock, I looked out the windows to finally see it. Glorious, green, damp blades of grass peeking through the remnants of this terrible snow, similar to thick shrubs fighting to pierce the barrier of Doug's pajamas.
Oh.
As the overweight cat rubbed on my leg, likely asking for food, I got struck by the realization of why today felt different. We are in a new era. TMA is on the Barrett Sports Media Top 20 list. It's a very confusing dynamic, like Stan Kroenke ranking St. Louis in his favorite cities. I guess, congrats? And let's get better at teasing this year so you guys can hit #1. So take that, Vic in the Bowl, or whatever arm cross fake Duff's also made the list. Doug, that's from Crestwood Coyote.
Okay. Crestwood Coyote.
Last night I was driving my 16-year-old son home from practice, and I asked him what when something happened. He responded nonchalantly with, "I don't know the years, Tim." What? Then he started asking me a question. What's a wagon and what's a bucket? How does Alice Cooper have time for a 5-hour radio show? Drug church? What is that? The texts are now coming from inside the house. And thanks for giving him his 4th choice of text inbox name, Jackson's Comrade Jackson. This effing show, it's like a virus. It just keeps spreading. Doug, that's Brad in Boca.
Brad in Boca.
Growing up, I knew I was destined for service. From a young age, I felt the call. Maybe it was watching Navy SEALs on late night cable. Maybe it was Charlie Sheen standing up in that bar honoring a fallen teammate the only way a real patriot can. With whiskey, with fists, a headlock, then a surprise kiss right on the mouth, respectfully. I took it seriously. In high school at Rittner, I worked hard. Got decent grades, ran laps in PE without complaining too much to Miss Bartleflart.
Oh.
Did curls in my parents' basement while blasting Godsmack. In my head, every sit-up was one step closer to becoming an operator. Did I make it to the service? No. Did I even make it to senior year? Also no. But life has a funny way of steering you toward your true calling. These days, I don't fast rope out of helicopters. I don't clear rooms. I don't salute fallen brothers with booze and dive bars before wrestling a heckler. But I do occasionally hook up with dudes in pool halls and bars around the Hazelwood area, much like Hawkins himself. We're all called to service in different ways. Some on the battlefield, some on the mouth. And honestly, when you think about it, I deserve to have someone thank me for my service while I'm at Lambert, standing in the only restaurant open past 4 p.m. on a Friday. Thanks, Doug. That's Marty Horowitz, class of 64.
Marty Horowitz, class of 64.
And there's only one restaurant open at Lambert Regional past...
Sounds about right.
4 p.m. on Fridays?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
Is it?
I hope it's the Chili's.
Was there a Mike Shannon's out there for a while?
There's Shake Shack.
Three Kings.
I like the Three King. You can hang out there.
Happy Thursday, lads. What a crazy week we're having here. The Bleach Drinkers Anonymous attendees pick different days to call in. Dan Jansen clearly sitting atop the podium. HVAC units being one. GMs from all of the town's pro sports teams are wheeling and dealing on the open market. I'm hoping that Bennington plays lights out in the Olympics and gets traded when rosters are unfrozen before the deadline. However, I buried the lead when I didn't mention the number 4 hottest arms cross radio personalities in St. Louis and the 4th hottest in the country. It's only February and TMA has already won the Flint, Michigan Mega Bowl. How do we break into the top 3? Hotter guests, crazier remote locations, bigger giveaways, a Doug Vaughn kissing booth?
No.
Ooh. Only time will tell. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Dan Jansen's call really captures the excitement of the St. Louis sports scene. I couldn't figure out how to text in the drop of Joe's on-air yawn. Dan was second in line for the layup warming 3 days in a row, and look at him. He owns listener engagement. If things get much worse locally, Doug is going to have to finally catch some wrestling for the first time in 40 years. The point is that sprinkles and car rides home are for winners. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Business Terms.
Shooter McGavin.
Ours is the type of presentation where a gentleman who may or may not be the Zodiac Killer feels free to drop in at any time and let us know he's not in the shower before stumbling through his talking points scribbled on loose leaf paper explaining why it's a good thing that the Cardinals are hitting rock bottom precisely when their media rights deal collapsed. He said that with a straight face. It is a good strategy to fold and bank your money while the high rollers bid the market to the stratosphere. See 2008 when the Cardinals stood pat while other teams went all in. Then the Cardinals got more aggressive in 2009 and reopened their title window. However, it's a perfect storm of bad timing to be looking for a new media rights partner when enthusiasm for your team is at a historic low point. They've known it was coming for years, and their, quote, solution after finishing 20 games under 500 in 2023 was to paper over the cracks, see the Sonny Gray signing, and delay the rebuild. That's how we got where we are. Ladies and gentlemen, if I say I'm a Billiken fan, you will agree. I was at the old Kiel from the early Grauer era through the Bonner years. I was at the old barn when they pulled up the tarps over the yellow Vertigo seats because Spoonball was sold out. I was there when Jordair Jet and Company blew Brad Stevens' 10th-ranked Butwa squad off the court. Enjoy the season. Don't worry about the future. We have 4 home games left. LaSalle, VCU, Duquesne, and senior night against Loyola. Kai. Get yourself down. Loyola Kai, Doug. I like that.
Okay.
Get yourself down to Chaffetz and enjoy the ride. That's from Buck Swope, DBA The Recessed Lady's Breast. And I think he sent in a picture of himself with the Billiken when he was a young tyke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Buck Swope with a picture with the young Billiken when he was a tyke.
Please help me settle a debate with the St. Charles Hermaphrodite. Is 9 a.m. too early to scout for prospects at the Forrestal Loves Truck Stop Showers? Thanks. That's from the TMA Troubadour.
Probably.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The question is what you got, and then the next segment coming up on your polosplus.com dossier here on TMA. Seth Goldcamp presents Alan Dadeville with the check for his win in the month of January. We'll have the winner announced coming up at 10:55. Then BK and Ferrario take over. Martin heads to onboarding. Magical things take place on the program. It's all coming your way on TMA, where Mark Milton is a longtime sponsor of this presentation. Doug, online at stltaxlawyer.com.
Well, he can take care of any kind of tax issue you might have. A lot of people have it. He said you'd be surprised how many people just don't file at all, thinking the IRS is not going to know. And then 2-3 years later down the road, the IRS comes a-knocking, and it's the godforsaken tax man. If you got any kind of problem like that, or maybe tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments, that type of thing, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. This is serious stuff, and Mark Milton is a serious attorney who can help you through it. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., represented the IRS in tax cases around the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best guys in the country at what he does. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems right here in St. Louis. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. You'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. Yes, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
This is the Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Grizzlies defeat the Kings last night, 129-125. Ty Jerome says, trades be damned. I'll take the spotlight. 28 points, 7 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN, the show broadcasting live from the Stiefel Studios. We are in the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour here on both 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, look over to your right, and you're going to see a wide variety of people.
I see them over there.
How's this looking on the YouTube here? Let's see what we got.
I see a few of them.
Because Seth Goldcamp and Al in Dadeville are in the studio right now, and he is holding up the check that he has received for winning the $10,000 free HVAC system by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. And Alan Dadeville, I know you have prepared a beautiful speech. He is wearing his Georgia Bulldogs hoodie, and he would like to address their plan to bring in Eli Drinkwitz.
No, we win more than 8 games a year.
No,
you son of a so-and-so.
Doug.
I've never seen the text inbox.
Oh, are you getting to see it for the first time?
I didn't know that it's got everyone's year they graduated SLU High.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah,
that's
most
cool.
of them in the 90s, some in the 2000s, a couple guys in the 80s. Yeah, it's all St. Louis U High all the time.
A lot of public school in there.
Not one. Alan Dadeville, congratulations.
Thank you.
What was it like to be? I mean, you're not only in a one-game playoff for a $10,000 HVAC system on Monday. Mm-hmm. You're going up against Buck Swope. I mean, this is Mike Tyson.
It's Bama.
It's Bama for you? It was Bama?
I was prepared. 1-7, famously. 2-7 against Bama, famously. The funny thing is, I couldn't even listen live when y'all read emails, nor could I hear the vote. So I found out at 11:20. I looked at my phone. I had 30 text messages, up to and including my wife in all caps saying, let's effing go. I do want to shout out the Pope, as you know, my best friend.
Yeah, he can really roll the rock.
Doug
Have you ever
talks about
seen
it
that guy
often.
putt? He can really roll the rock.
Okay.
He's the greatest hype man in history. Because he's texting me saying, no chance, Buck didn't get any laughs. It's you, no doubt. And then when I listen back, I'm like, no, Buck was objectively pretty damn good.
Yeah, he was.
He got
good.
a lot of laughs, but he's a great hype man. Yeah. So
I mean, it's an incredible victory. So your wife was actually listening. That's great, Doug. That's our second female listener.
My mother-in-law watches every day now, ever since the Sound Story, so I'm confident she's
How about
watching.
that,
Does she
Doug?
really?
How about
So
that?
it's her, Color Ellen.
Well, this is one of the greatest prizes in radio history, I think.
Don't
Seth Goldcamp has
discredit those
donated.
expired tickets you guys used to have.
Well,
It was pretty good.
what kind of shape was your current air conditioning furnace in?
I mean, not to brag, it's the territories. So the house is
Winsfield.
built.
Wentzville Territories
Yeah.
is where Al is.
So you have indoor plumbing and electric?
Ish.
Yeah.
I don't know. The house was built in 2017, so we would be replacing it at some point. Because fortunately, we're going to be staying here and not moving to Savannah, which is what I want to do. But
Well, what do
You'd like to get out of town.
you don't say.
Think about it for a minute.
I have. Yeah, a lot going on. So yes,
Okay.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
We'd have to replace it at some point. This is kind of the nature of it. So.
Yeah. And then you write a few emails, and the next thing you know, you get one. I mean, Seth came up with this brilliant. This was all Seth's idea. It was a brilliant promotion.
Did you guys talk about the shirt too?
What do we got going on? Oh, yeah. Seth was listening to the email. Doug, you remember this shirt that was draped over the bushes at spring training about 5 years ago with Ken Iggy Strode when Seth wanted to have some Design Air presence in Jupiter, Florida, and Iggy's way to execute that was by putting it on a bush.
Good ROI.
It's ROI season with that. Absolutely.
Didn't the lady snatch it out of the bushes? Kind of
they were getting frustrated
with the mic.
They were getting frustrated that it kept winding up in the bushes every morning, and he got sideways. Al is so cute. That's from Steven time.
Okay, Steven.
Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack
My guy.
says, "Ooh, this guy sounds tall." Congrats, Al. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. The 447 says, "This guy's cute. Does he enjoy short, bald, portly men?" That's from Gus Chiggin's prospecting party.
Okay.
Doug, the listeners are attracted to Alan Dadeville.
Okay, we're just here to give him an HVAC system.
But if they want to flirt with him,
People need cold showers.
Yeah. Who are we to stop them?
You're getting to see this live. You said you'd never seen that text inbox. You should have seen it during the Dan Jansen call.
I told Jackson that was the last. I listened to this. That was the last thing I heard this morning before I came in.
Goodness.
Seemed like it went well.
Yeah.
Wow. All timer with the text. Take that shirt off and show us dem nerpies.
Okay.
That's from Big Tough.
Stop. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do everything these people request.
I was looking at it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why is it going back to? This is where Martin says famous.
That's correct.
Right? I don't know.
Yeah, he's at
There we go.
onboarding.
There we go.
Al, when your house is nice and cool with this new HVAC, are you going to have us all over for like a TMA party?
Yeah.
or-
I mean,
Nice.
obviously
We
in
got
the
a
fall.
Ooh, a Georgia watch party?
Am I actually from Dadeville? No, I'm from Conyers, Georgia. Yeah, I mean,
Is Dadeville in Georgia or is it in Alabama?
I think there is actually one in Missouri.
Yeah, there is one in Missouri.
But yes,
Down there by
but
the
when
reference-
we call it, there is Dadeville, Alabama.
Tell
yes.
the story of the reference for the name that you
So
use.
it's not an act. I am from the South, and we're private school thing. It's not a thing. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's been Auburn won in 2010. Harvey Updike was a known Bama fan, and when they went 4 years in a row, right, went Bama, Auburn, Bama, Bama. Calls into the Feinbaum show under the name Alan Dadeville, and this is the guy that poisoned the trees at Auburn, all because Auburn fans put Cam Newton's jersey over the Bear Bryant statue. I grew up in that world. I love it, and I think Harvey was fine to do that. I think he's a good American.
To poison the trees?
Yeah, yeah, it's Auburn.
Okay.
And at the time, I mean, Georgia, we're not even in the same. We're happy to just be next to Alabama, right? And they weren't a thing for us then. It was the Mark Richt era, as Prod Joe will tell you. Harvey passed away. I think my favorite thing about Harvey is a few years after that, he actually got arrested at a Lowe's in Louisiana for beating the hell out of some guy over a lawnmower.
Oh, it happens.
Which is that's a true
If
story.
you want the more.
Yeah, I mean,
You got to fight for it.
it's the stuff that you can't. I grew up in that culture. You can't replicate it. It's the best.
It
I
is
love
the greatest.
There's
It
probably
is.
a 22-inch self-propelled mower.
Yeah,
in which
probably
case you throw down.
Toro in nature, you
Yeah,
think?
it could have been.
Yeah.
Boy, they really like you, Al. He
Who
looks
the
like
heck just
Johnny
said they lived in
Sins.
Conyers in '96 during the Olympics?
Wow.
Who's that? I can actually go back and read history.
Yeah, the text. That's how Martin figures out if we need to call the police about the texter. That's the text history. That can be very.
Yeah, I don't sound like I'm from the South because it's been a few years, Eric. I'm probably woke.
Al, try Jackson's threesome cough, and maybe Doug and Piddles will put some heat in your house without using the new HVAC.
I like this one.
no.
I hope Uga gets poisoned.
Stop it.
We have a War Eagle. Okay.
Got War Eagle coming in?
Oh, nice.
Doug, we got Southern listeners.
Well, based on the grammar, I'd say, yeah.
Yeah, I hope the UGA dog gets poisoned. War Eagle.
Which is a pug, famously a pug.
That's right.
Famously a
Right.
pug.
Well, pug adjacent.
What's this tall drink of water's hog sitch, Doug? That's Mr. Cider.
No, it's out of bounds.
Yeah, isn't it great to be told you're tall?
And bald.
Yeah, and bald. These are great things.
You sure you want this HVAC system this bad?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
It was just a few emails.
All right.
That's all it took. What a win. And I'm glad to hear that the family was on board with the process as well.
That's great.
Even though you didn't vote for me, which actually probably got me streaked.
Yeah, the Pope sent me a message. He was not happy
Did
that
he
I didn't
really?
vote. That I didn't
He's
vote
the
for
greatest
him.
hype man.
Yeah, he is. He wasn't, but he was happy that you got it when it was all said and done anyway. And you got the $10,000 HVAC. So Seth, thank you for the promotion.
For real.
Thank you for being the longest running sponsor. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. It's an ethical operation. And that story from earlier this week where the other company came out there and told this older lady that she needed a brand new $18,000 HVAC system. And then one of Seth's texts comes out there and sees that it's just a wire and they fixed it and she didn't need a new HVAC system. That's what you're going to get from Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We recommend you become a client as well. DesignAirService.com. Seth came up with the brilliant promotion. Al came up with the brilliant emails, and he's got the $10,000 HVAC system. What a win, Al. Congratulations, brother.
guys.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
That's Alan Dadeville. Thank you to Design Air Heating and Cooling as well. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA on 101 ESPN. Bust a Move 89.
Is that what it was?
Is that Eric Young?
I don't know.
Eric Young is Young
know.
MC's real name?
I just don't. I wish I could help you.
I remember listening to this as we got ready for a game at St. Margaret of Scotland. You ever played St. Margaret of Scotland?
Yes. I was in a tournament there once.
Yeah, how'd you do? Right up there in St. Gabriel's.
Oh, I don't think we won it. I don't remember. This is 20 years ago. Maybe 25 years ago.
You don't go back just to relive those memories?
I don't. In fact, it would probably be frowned on if I went back and hung around a grade school and just looked around the place.
What are you trying to say about what I like to do?
I'm so close-minded.
Thank you. Dem Hogs wanted Alan Dadeville to answer whether or not I was better looking in person. I don't know.
I'll answer yeah.
I guess. Seth, for the record, people are like in the YouTube chat, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Seth preferred not to.
Yeah.
Say anything. However, during the commercial break, said he may have prepared a Dan Jansen-like statement to read. But Seth was more than happy to just hand the check and not be on the air. But we were grateful. That was a great idea. That was 100% his idea.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I mean, I guess this is a conversation that maybe would be better off air, but Doug, let's have it here. Like, if I'm a business, do exactly what he did with your business and give away something for, I mean, however much the HVAC cost, I guess $10,000. I guarantee he made more than $10,000 you know what I mean?
Right.
You get a few thousand people talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a no-brainer. I keep saying, email me, you want the prize. I'll send it up to the ladder here at Hubbard, and you can own the month just like Seth Goldcamp did. He's still going to be the presenting sponsor of the email of the day with Design Air, but prize. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com, and that's where people are sending me questions for QFTA. Jackson, how do you feel about a QFTA today? You feel good about it?
Yep, got a meeting at 2, so that's my heart out.
Is 2.5 hours enough?
Probably not. Probably not.
Maybe you have the meeting, then we come back and then we do it.
Yes, please.
Do you take any breaks? You say,
No.
we'll be
Jackson,
back in just a
sometimes
moment.
I see him starting to squirrel around, and most of the time he's not wearing his plug. So I'm like,
Most.
you gotta use Little Wizard's room. That's fine. I'll be in here just talking it over with the people in the YouTube chat, TMASTL YouTube channel. Henshin's in there.
My bladder's been now conditioned, though. That was like a first-year thing.
Yeah.
Now I've found how to clench.
I only remember one time.
Do you have a problem with that
I
verb?
didn't need that.
I can only remember once where Tim had to just go on while you stepped out.
Yeah, there was one time where I was like, if I don't leave right now, it's going on the floor.
Yeah, and I was in the middle of another take.
And so he just kept talking and
Myself.
talking and talking.
It was such a poignant take that
It's just unbelievable. Like, I mean, I'd love to see like the various conditions that I would be diagnosed with if somebody were to analyze this. There's got to be a myriad of, or myriad, Doug?
It's
Is
both.
it myriad of? Both of them. Jesus Shuttlesworth's father. It was Denzel Washington. Remember that?
No.
Then he started going out with Mila Jovovich. Do you say Mia Jovovich?
I don't
or
say
Mila?
either.
Were you impressed?
It never
by
comes up.
Ray Allen, not a trained actor, being pretty damn good in that movie. Who's the best athlete turned actor? Your thoughts?
Fred Dreyer and Hunter.
O.J. Simpson was pretty good.
Was he?
Although it's
that
kind of
Tower
fallen on
Inferno.
bad
Yeah.
times.
That's a great drop. O.J. Simpson was pretty good.
That's why I needed it snagged right away before it went into the ether. We're like a million segments behind, so that's just the way it works. We'll break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Bye.
TMA is sponsored by Stifel for over 135 years now. Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Well, pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management, check. Banking through Stifel Bank, yep. own a business. They've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines a local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel is not bank-owned. They own their own bank, and that independence allows them to focus on one thing and doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all: where success meets success. That's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Steely Dan?
This is the Michael Frank song that Iggy was really into. Remember baseball?
I was about to say, I've heard it before. Doesn't it sound like Steely Dan?
A little bit. It's got kind of that kind of funk to it.
Was this the lead in to P&G?
I think this was the.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I once described it
That's
as
what it is.
the audio version of Shag Carpet. That's what it sounds like to me.
How can you guys not give Dwayne The Rock Johnson the best actor athlete? Got a few of those.
I don't think he's a very good actor. That's why.
Wow.
Oh,
More on that on Movie Boy on Saturday, and then Dressing with the Boys is on Sunday. QFTA, Jackson and I are going to go live. What are we doing, 11:20?
It's called 11:25.
It's exhausting.
Look at him.
It's exhausting.
Hey,
Blood together. 100 West Dental is where I'm going to go while Jackson messes around and delays QFTA. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor, and he is on Manchester in Baldwin. And I can't say enough good things about him. I've had a couple of situations that I had to go in there and see him as quickly as possible. And man, does he take care of things super quickly, super effectively. And that's because they have the latest technology at 100 West Dental. And they're encouraging our audience to go in there and see them with an incredible promotion. So here's what they got. For the TMA audience, Dr. Brandon Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation. That's a $450 value on the house just to see if you are a good candidate. So get your smile and life back. Call 100 West Dental at 636-585-0100 or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them that I sent you for a complimentary implant consult. Doug, what is your plan for the Super Bowl as far as watching the festivities?
I don't have any big plans at the moment. I think I'm just going to sit at home and watch it.
Like literally by yourself?
Well, there'll be some family there. I don't know
Okay.
if friends are coming over or not.
Mike Francesa has thoughts on those who'll be watching the game by themselves.
Everybody is watching this game, and I've made this comment many, many times. If you watch the ball drop or you watch the Super Bowl alone, you have to reassess your life. Something's not right. These are not days, these are not events to be experienced alone. If the ball drops and you are alone, and I can tell you I've never, fortunately I've never experienced that. Same thing with the Super Bowl. If you are not at a party somewhere or having a party, there's something wrong. You need to reassess that.
I felt like that was a shot directly at me.
Oh, was it really?
You watched the game by yourself?
I probably will watch the game at home on Sunday.
Francesa sideways with you.
And I watched. I didn't make it to ball drop, but I was home alone on New Year's Eve too. So that one stung a little. Maybe I'll come over to your house,
Well,
Doug.
as a single guy, you should be out and about on New Year's Eve, shouldn't you?
That's amateur hour.
What does that mean?
It's the night where everybody's out.
I see.
Kind of just
Yeah,
being crazy
but
and
that doesn't
drunk
mean-
drivers on the road.
Doesn't
and-
mean you want to sit at home and do nothing as a single guy.
I had a big game going on against Texas A&M, I think.
What, on your video games? Don't tell me you stayed home
Doug's
New
not gonna
Year's
be
Eve for a
happy here.
video
I think
game.
it was
Do you have any idea how important this dynasty is?
Well, maybe he was talking about you, and maybe he's on to something.
According to who? Arch said that to you? No.
Francesa giving some counsel to those who might be thinking about watching. I know I got a break, and that's what we get for doing half-hour segments. But you know what? That's what we do. But I've seen that people are making the observations one of the least talked about Super Bowls in their recollection.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And I have thought that as well. My theory on it is because there isn't a recognizable quarterback. Now, if you follow the NFL, you think that's it? You think that's it?
Like, who's the biggest
star? Darnold? Do you know about May?
Yeah, who's the star?
There's no big storyline at all.
I mean, as far as an offensive Hall of Famer, because the reason, in part, these teams are where they are, their defenses. But as far as an offensive Hall of Famer, I feel like there is one who is possible, but certainly wouldn't be there if they didn't play another game. This is another case of where we guess what Tim's thinking, even though there's no hint outside of look at rosters.
Well, Drake May turn out to be.
Yeah, I guess that could be. That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking of Jackson
JSN.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, but you're right about May, and who knows? I mean, Darnold went on a heater last year, and Brody Brody Herman, when he was in earlier, made the observation. I mean, the Vikings, I think if the Rams win the NFC Championship game, I don't think the Vikings fire their GM. They waited like a month after they played their final game, and then they're like, okay, this is too embarrassing. J.J. McCarthy somehow turned Justin Jefferson into just another guy, and then we had Carson Wentz backing him up while we watch our quarterback, who we let walk, go to the Super Bowl. You're gone. And I think that's what happened there. But yeah, as far as anticipation for this game, everybody will watch it when it's all said and done. But yeah, I mean, that's what I said when I saw the Bears lose. Imagine if this was the Bears and Bills.
It'd be awesome.
What the comp would, or if just one of them.
Yeah, it'd be storyline city. Yeah,
That's
right, exactly.
right.
If it was just the Bills, it'd still be great.
Yeah. I'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. It's the last call for football, and FanDuel is giving you a daily profit boost every single day leading up to the big game. Today's 30% profit boost is around touchdowns. Shortest touchdown scored, longest touchdown scored, first touchdown, and last touchdown. Will the Patriots be throwing from behind and add a touchdown late to Hunter Henry for the last touchdown scored, as an example? Will the Seahawks run the barn burner tush push and hit the under on the shortest touchdown scored? All you have to do is opt in each day and place an eligible bet to use that day's profit boost. And ladies and gentlemen, this program has been making picks and making people money. Doug got you home last night with the over on the Blues and Stars 2 days beforehand. Martin got you home by taking Davidson in the 9.5 against the Billikens, and they covered by a half point. And it's now time for Jackie Papers.
Yeah, so this touchdown prop, 30% profit boost on FanDuel. If you like someone like Kenneth Walker to score the first touchdown, that's going to play plus 495 with that 30% profit boost. But if you're looking to have a little bit more fun, Hunter Henry scoring that first touchdown, Tim, plus 2,100 with that profit boost.
Wow.
Plus 2,100. Tight ends getting the end zone, baby.
Tight ends getting the end zone, comma, baby. There it is, Jackson Burkett with his play. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Must be 21 or older. Present Missouri opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night, off for a good long while for the Olympic break. They'll be back February the 26th at 7 p.m. against the Kraken. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, we got 3 minutes and 3 minutes only.
Okay.
A lot of things to tend to. Number one, Jackson and I live at 11:25. Deep Voice Dude was wondering, as is the White Collar Hoosier, when we're going live on QFTA. Jackson says 11:25. So help me God. If it's 11:25:01.
Yeah, you have every reason to be hopping mad.
My ass will be grass.
Well, just from my burner account, I'll start tweeting like, yeah, I thought QFTA was supposed to be at 11:25.
You on the watch there, bud?
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing, burner account.
If you're late, it'd be okay if you're on the Collier and Thompson website looking for ways to improve your house, maybe upgrade the kitchen, the master bathroom, anywhere in the house, really. They do it all there. Collier and Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, countertops in the business. When Collier and Thompson walks away from a job, you will be super happy and have a remodel that should last a lifetime. Service and quality is their number one priority. If something does go wrong, if there's a door off a hinge, a cabinet doesn't fit right, whatever, Matthew, the service manager and appliance installer, will get back out there and help and make sure it is right the way you want it. Collier and Thompson never cuts corner. They're not a one-guy jack-of-all-trades type of operation. They've got their own carpenters and contractors, electricians and plumbers, drywall installers. They do it all. It's a one-stop shop at Collier and Thompson. Head out to their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There you go. Collier and Thompson sponsor of the phone lines, and it was a pleasure to be joined on the phone lines today by a gentleman by the name of Dan Jansen. I don't know who was the better caller this week, Dan Jansen or Steve? New Steve.
Yeah, a lot of talent out there.
Yeah, it's a bud time.
We take phone calls on QFTA?
I don't think that'll work. We can hear them, but they can't hear us. I run into that issue with Joe Vitale recording some of his spots.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Jackson, we're doing that at 11:25 on the YouTube channel, and we got a winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Yeah, we sure do.
Who is it?
Another new winner for the month, Brad and Boca.
Brad and Boca.
Really?
They love us down south, as Alan Dadeville discovered when he was looking at the text inbox and seeing all the Southerners texted in. All right, QFTA is coming up at 11:25. Somebody wanted to see if you can stream it on the app.
The YouTube, I
don't know.
I guess, but that would mess up my skeleton. I would just need to know in advance.
Mess up my skeleton. Clip that off, so you can watch and just open up your YouTube app and you can listen to it like
really
a radio.
Easier,
but that's coming up here in 25 minutes. Email in any question you want, any comment you want, and an erotic story preferably. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. We got to go. Bye.